All right. Shalom, 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 Israel. Hope everybody's doing Tawab this Shabbat. We're going to shake this little tired zone off everybody. We're going to pick up the energy. Everything's good. Hope everybody was able to tune in to Kavod last night. If not, check it out. A lot of good information coming out there. Shalom to isbhpk Houston, Virginia, Rochester, New York. Salute to our brothers fighting the good fight, making that commitment every single day. If y'all don't hear, y'all gonna hear from us. Keep up the good work. It's not very easy to do this every single day for those of us who do. Shalom to brothers out here in San Antonio. Hope everybody's doing well out here too. And we're gonna get started today. All right. We're gonna get our prayers up in a second. Okay, so no, I think we're good. Flip it though. You gonna grab it with your fingers? You ball it like that, huh?
I'm not gonna burn up this camera.
Yeah, at least cook it in the front a little bit too, man.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. If for some reason this one, if you don't cook it all the way around, it's gonna be all messed up. We're good. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanaw. Awar. Zayawam. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanaw. Rayach. Nayachacha. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Oh, that's what I was doing this for. Sorry. Okay, put your note away, man. Put to the side. The camera needs to see it. Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanaw. Hashabbat. Bashalom. Tawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha,
Ayanyamya,
Al, Hahoyam, Ma'aya, Yabu'ah, Isaiah, Yabu'ah, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'ah, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashamoyah, Hana, Yala'ah, Nawam, Wala'ah, Yashan, Shashuamah, Yashara, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashmaya, Makol, right, Yashmar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashmar, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai,
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. he shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashalab.
Shema Yashalab.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashalab.
Shema Yashalab.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashalab.
Shema Yashalab.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad. Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shamkaf, Yahweh, Malak Wavkaf, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Hawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Nathan Lanao, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachno, Chawathino, Hasalachno, Chawathino, Wala'ah, Tabiano, Wanasawan, Abo, Awashano, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahathapa'ara, La'ai Walanya.
Amen. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this matter therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ah, Yahaya, Lakah, Alahayim, Achayim, Ayah, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
2. La'ah, Ta'ainat, Lakah, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'ah, Falach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'ah, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8. La'ah, Thaganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
9. La'ah, Tha'ainah. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10. La'ah, Thachamat. Ko, Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yashad. Hahawa'ah. Nathalanah. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, you shopping?
Take seats.
All right. Last week, I guess towards the end of the class, kind of went over like Solomon's wisdom and how he made a major impact on the world stage with pulling demons out of people, teaching the nations about the wisdom the Most High had endowed to him, and it talked about the largeness of Solomon's mind, his ability to handle multiple aspects of responsibility, to delegate authority on a high level, and how tremendously efficient he was as a leader and as a man. So now we're going to start seeing in chapter 5 all this kind of coming into fruition with the construction of the temple, with the setting up of the deals with Hiram, and the execution of how the temple was set up in the first place. So what we're going to do is jump into 1 Kings 5, and 1 Kings 5 is going to start dealing with that interaction between Solomon and Hiram, king of Tyre, which was on the sea coast of Israel. Guys, close that door. Close the door, guys.
Close the door.
Thank you, sir. Oh, no, watch out.
Hey.
Watch your fingers.
Okay. All the campers aren't happy today, I guess, man. So it's unhappiness here. But it's okay, it's okay. We're going to go into it. Let's get started with 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 1. Karai, let's get started. That's a Man Shabbat. Man Shabbat.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Shahala.
Karai,
Shah Shabbatah,
Bana Shar, Banya Shah, and much, bro. Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbat.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Okay. First Kings chapter 5, verse 1. We're going to read through like verse 12, then we're going to swap out to Josephus. So I'm going to need a Josephus reader to kind of balance this out. So let's get started, sir.
1 Kings chapter 5 and verse 1. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his servants unto Solomon, for he had heard that they had anointed him king in the room of his father. For Hiram was ever a lover of David.
God. So obviously Shalom online, but David had already set up these relationships leading up to Solomon getting to the temple. David accumulated the gold, the silver, the wealth. He established the connections with the trees so that when it was time, the trees can get cut down. And then he's established a lot of the heavy lifting before Solomon was in charge. So now Hiram knows that Solomon is in charge. Now it's time to build a relationship between those two. Okay, read on.
Verse 2. And Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, Thou knowest how that David my father could not build an house unto the name of the Most High his power, for the wars which were about him on every side, until the Most High put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Most High my power hath given me rest on every side, so that there is neither adversary nor evil occurring. And behold, I propose to build an house unto the name of the Most High my power, as the Most High spake unto David my father, saying, Thy son, whom will I set upon thy throne in the name, he shall build an house unto my name. Now therefore command thou that they hew me cedar trees out of Lebanon, and my servants shall be with thy servants, and unto thee will I give hire for thy servants according to all that thou shalt appoint. For thou knowest that there is not among us any that can skill to hew timber like unto the Sidonians.
The Sidonians.
Sidonians. And it came to pass when Hiram.
And I'll say this too: the Sidonians, Tyre of Zidon, those were powerful merchant cities of the ancient Phoenicians.
Yes.
And when you read about their history, they were master craftsmen. They were master chariot builders. They were masters of understanding They were blacksmiths, carpentry. They had a wealth of knowledge and history of being able to be skilled with their hands in building. That's why it makes mention that there was nobody that had the skill of like the Sidonians.
So they had the skill and they had the merchandise.
Yep.
Because these trees obviously had a special strength to them and a special density to them that could sustain the building of structures. So it was very important that this deal was established and brokered, and the skill of these men were used to actually get this cutting established. Read on.
Verse 7. And it came to pass, when Hiram heard the words of Solomon, that he rejoiced greatly, and said, Blessed be the Most High this day, which hath given unto David a wise son over this great people.
Mm-hmm.
And Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, I have considered the things which thou sentest to me for, and I will do all thy desire concerning timber of cedar and concerning timber of fir.
Mm-hmm.
My servants shall bring them down from Lebanon unto the sea.
So what they did is they found a way to take the trees that were hewn down and they put them on rafts. And they took them down off, because I said earlier that Lebanon, or that land, the Zidon, was off of the coast. So they took it down from the coast and got the wood and floated it down. I'm not going to say that they floated it on that wood, but they put it on some type of structure and floated it down.
Some type of bars.
Exactly. And then got it down to the location, lifted it, and carried it to Solomon's spot. Okay? Read on.
And I will convey them by sea in floats unto the place that thou shalt appoint me, and will cause them to be discharged there, and there shalt receive them, and thou shalt accomplish my desire in giving food for my household.
First thing is first, that wood must have been heavy as hell. And listen, to sit back here and have to float it to be the most efficient way to get it down to the land. So it was heavy as hell.
It was too solid to carry.
It was too dense. Because I don't know, military, they had exercise with it. How many men had to hold those flagpoles? Not those flagpoles, but those light poles high.
Telephone pole.
Yeah, telephone poles. How many men did it take? I used to talk to military guys all the time. It took like 5? Was it
Yeah,
5?
at least we need 5. At least minimum 5.
And how long were they going? It couldn't have been but a mile, right?
Ain't nothing but a telephone pole, man.
And they was breaking off that. Can you imagine this kind of wood and the density of this wood? So anyway, the deal was, it wasn't just Hiram giving Solomon this wood for the temple for free. There was payment for this. Pretty much the payment was, we give you this wood, you supply my family with food, my household with food. Okay? So that was the deal. Read on.
Verse 10. So Hiram gave Solomon cedar trees and fir trees according to all his desire. And Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat for food to his
I don't know
household.
what the hell the measure is, but it was enough to cover all the substance of the people. 20,000 measures of pure of wheat, and then it goes and keep going.
And 20 measures of pure oil.
And 20 measures of pure oil. Read on.
Thus gave Solomon to Hiram year by year.
It was a constant, it was a steady importing of this food to sustain his household that lasted a long period of time. Read on. So he was giving them yearly rations at a time. Read on.
And the Most High gave Solomon wisdom as he promised him. And there was peace between Hiram and Solomon. And they two made a league together.
So they had a connection and a league together. We're going to hold that. We're going to go to Josephus, book 8. Book 8, chapter 2, paragraph 6. We're going to go like paragraph 6 to paragraph 8. Nagaha, can you do that for me, sir? Let's get this loaded into.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah. Just do it again. I'm sorry. Nagaha, Shalom Shabbatah, Ban Shemawan, Ban Yashala, and much. Bro, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Slide. That's my. Came out choppy as heck, man. So, Job 8, paragraph 2. Chapter 2, paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6.
Mm-hmm.
You want to say it closer?
You know what? I really want to go here.
What book you on?
Book 8, chapter 2, paragraph 6, page 214.
You know what? Read it just so we'll have an account. So we'll just keep going from Kings to Chronicles and Josephus. But let's just kind of go through it. I'm not gonna do a whole lot of stuff. It's the same thing that was exchanged here in First Kings. But let's read that.
Okay. Book 8, chapter 2, paragraph 6, page 214, line 50. Moreover, Hiram, king of Tyre, when he had heard that Solomon succeeded to his father's kingdom, was very glad of it, for he was a friend of David's. So he sent ambassadors to him and saluted him and congratulated him on the present happy state of his affairs, upon which Solomon sent him an epistle, the contents of which here follow. Solomon to King Hiram. Know thou that my father would have built a temple to the Most High, but was hindered by wars and continual expeditions. For he did not leave off to overthrow his enemies till he made them all subject to tribute. But I give thanks to the Most High for the peace I at present enjoy, and on that account I am at leisure and design to build a house to the Most High. For the Most High foretold to my father that such a house should be built by me. Wherefore I desire thee to send some of thy subjects with mine to Mount Lebanon to cut down timber. For the Sidonians are more skillful than our people in cutting of wood. As for wages to the hewers of wood, I will pay whatsoever price thou shalt determine. When Hiram had read this epistle, he was pleased with it, and wrote back this answer to Solomon. Hiram to King Solomon. It is fit to bless the Most High, that he hath committed thy father's government to thee, who art a wise man and endowed with all virtues. As for myself, I rejoice at the condition thou art in, and will be subservient to thee in all that thou sendest to me about. For when by my subjects I have cut down many large trees of cedar and cypress wood, I will send them to sea, and will order my subjects to make floats of them, and to sail to what place soever thy country thou shalt desire, and leave them there, after which thy subjects may carry them to Jerusalem. But do thou take care to procure us corn for this timber, which we stand in need of, because we inhabit in an island. The copies of these epistles remain at this day.
So this is how trade really is supposed to operate. You know what I mean? Based off your geographical situation, you use your resources to sit back and commandeer whatever you might need for your country's sustenance. Okay? But let's keep going.
Paragraph 8. The copies of these epistles remain at this day, and are preserved not only in our books, but among the Tyrians also, insomuch that if anyone would know the certainty about them, he may desire of the keepers of the public records of Tyre to show him them, and he will find what is there set down to agree with what we have said. I have said so much out of a desire that my readers may know that we speak nothing but the truth, and do not compose a history out of some plausible relations, which deceive men and please them at the same time, nor attempt to avoid examination, nor desire men to believe us immediately, nor are we at liberty to depart from speaking truth, which is the proper commendation of a historian, and yet to be blameless. But we insist upon no admission of what we say, unless we be able to manifest its truth by demonstration and the strongest vouchers.
it just said what hit me was what Josephus was saying is that knowing that we speak nothing but the truth and do not compose a history out of some plausible relations and plausible it just pretty much deals with it says that may be applauded, that may gain favor or approbation. A lot of times people say things just to get responses, just to get applause,
do it for clout,
just to get attention.
Yeah.
And he said we don't do things just to get favorable attention or like, so to speak, thumbs up in our message. And then it says, which deceive men and please them at the same time. Because that's really what a lot of people kind of hang their hat on. Tell you what you want to hear, say things for clickbait, say things for attention, and create controversy. Because people, to be honest with you, we're going to go into a little bit more on Monday. People love to be lied to. People want to be told what they want to hear because it feels good. People love to live in this fantasy place anyway. People would rather be lied to so they can feel better about their situation than to be told the direct truth about situations that make them feel uncomfortable or make them look inward.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm not going to fall into that bracket where we just tell people what they want to hear just to get people on our side. It's better to stick to the facts and stick to the truth, whether people like what we're doing or not. Okay. I kind of like what he was saying there, but are we done with paragraph 8, sir?
Okay.
Okay, we're going to let that go, but we'll be going back soon, but let that go for now. And we're going to head to 2 Chronicles, chapter 2, verse 1 through 16. 2 Chronicles, chapter 2, verse 1 through 16. Now, what this is, what we read in 1 Kings, I'm going to change this up. We read in 1 Kings. Can you put 1 Chronicles? 2 Chronicles. I'm 2 Chronicles. It's my fault. 2 Chronicles, chapter 2, verse 1 through 16. Kings was dealing with Hiram and the wood. Now over here we're dealing with the artificer. It's a different man. Okay? Different man dealing with a different aspect of building the temple. Okay? Well, we're going to read, like I told y'all like last week, we're not going to go just in Chronicles after Kings. It's going to be a waste of time. Because what we're going to find out is a lot of this information in Chronicles correlates with Kings. They just talk about different aspects of the same topic. We're going to find out. So we're in 2 Chronicles chapter 2 verse 1. Let's read that, sir.
2 Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 1.
We're going to read it to verse 16. So read that.
And Solomon determined to build an house for the name of the Most High, and an house for his kingdom. And Solomon told out 70,000 men to bear burdens.
So just so we know what he's saying here, look at that map online. All this land above this little bridge, this little fortified space here, was going to be used for the building, not just for the temple, but also for Solomon's home, in Solomon's area. Because this was a major construction piece. So up top, the very tip top was going to be for the temple, and as the land descends, that was going to be Solomon's dwelling place and other small structures built for him. Okay? So let's just keep that in mind as we're going forward. So let's continue.
And 70,000 to hew in the mountain.
So he told 70 men, that 1,000 men, so that's 70,000 men to bear burdens, and 80,000 men to hew in the mountain. Right? Read on.
And 3,600 to oversee them.
Matter of fact, I'm going to do that now. I'm going to do that. You know what we're going to do? Before we go into that, I guess it's going to go with this. Let's just keep reading because it's going to explain who those bearer of burdens are a little bit later down the line. Okay? So let's go. Let's keep going.
Verse 3. And Solomon sent to Hiram.
This is Huram.
Huram.
Yours says Huram or Hiram?
It says Huram.
Okay.
But it says on the what's it called? He knows at the bottom it says or Hiram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's keep going. The reason I'm saying that because you're going to read there was a different Hiram that was dealt with also. There was two Hirams. Now this is Hiram, king of Tyre, but there was another Hiram that was dealt with down the line. Read on.
Come. And Solomon sent to Huram, the king of Tyre, saying, As thou didst deal with David my father, and didst send him cedars to build him, and house to dwell therein, even so deal with me. Behold, I build an house to the name of the Most High my power, to dedicate to him, and to burn before him sweet incense, and for the continual shewbread, and for the burnt offering, morning and evening, on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the solemn feasts of the Lord, our power. For this is an ordinance forever to Israel. And the house which I build is great, for great is our power above all gods. But who is able to build him an house, seeing the heaven and heaven of heavens cannot contain him? Who am I then, that I should build him an house, save only to burn sacrifice before him?
Come.
Send me now therefore a man cunning to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in iron, and in purple, and crimson, and blue, and that can skill to grave with the cunning men that are with me in Judah and in Jerusalem, whom David my father did provide.
So not only was he talking to Hiram about supplying the wood and on large scales, now he needs to find an artificer or an engraver who can work with gold, who can sit back here and carve this wood. Because what we're going to find out is when the temple was put together, it was perfectly hewn stone on the outside. Then you took the wood on the inside that was laid on the inside. Then there were different symbols and shapes and emblems that were carved inside the temple in wood and then overlaid with gold. Okay, so he's trying to find out, he needed a good woodworker, somebody who can sit back and skillfully craft all of these items inside the temple, just like there was an artificer during the time of Moses who sat back here and made the Ark of the Covenant wood and carved it and engraved it and then put the gold on top of it. Okay, it's the same concept. So now he needs an artificer on top of just hewers of stone and wood. Okay, read on.
Verse 8.
I'm sorry.
And also you got that Tyranian purple that he's talking about.
You sure that's the Tyranian purple, man? I don't know, man.
When it says that crimson and that purple, it says and in iron and in purple and in crimson and blue. The Tyranian purple was known as the best purple. I will say that because it was a special process of how they achieved to get the color. They had to use these sea urchins or sea shells, and then you would have to go in and dive underwater and grab these crabs or these crustaceans. Then you have to blend them into a powder and get the dye out. And it was known to be an expensive process because you had people that had to go dive in the ocean to go get it.
Yeah, deep sea divers back in those days.
Oh yeah, they had people that had to go get it. So that Tyranian purple was known as some of the best purple. I will say that. And Hiram had it. He had the goldsmiths, the silversmiths, the wood cutters, and he had the color. He had the purples too. The purples and the blues.
The purples. That's awesome.
Yeah, he had all that.
He had the purples. Is this one blue? But it's the purples.
It's the purples and the blues and the crimson. So I gotta give him credit. Tyranians had it.
Because what we're gonna find out is that blue and that crimson and that purple was used as like a curtain that covered the entry of the Holy of Holies. Okay, you had the door, and then you had this curtain of crimson and blue and purple that you cross through, and then you end up seeing the rest of the Holy of the Holies, the holiest of the holy. Okay, so we'll explain that a little bit later. But let's continue.
Verse 8. Send me also cedar trees, fir trees, and algum trees out of Lebanon, for I know that thy servants can skill to cut timber in Lebanon. And behold, my servants shall be with thy servants, even to prepare me timber in abundance. For the house which I am about to build shall be wonderful great.
Mm-hmm.
And behold, I will give to thy servants the hewers that cut timber 20,000 measures of beaten wheat, and 20,000 measures of barley.
So that was obviously for the kingdom. Read on.
And I did a little bit of measurement on that 20,000 beaten wheat measure. That measure is considered a cord in biblical measurement.
A cord?
A cord. C-O-R.
Yes.
220 liters is 220 liters is one measure, and so a liter is 33 ounces. So you do 220 times 33 ounces, you get 7,438 ounces. And so you multiply that by which will be a one measure. You do that times 20,000, you get 1,148,764,000 ounces of wheat. Divide that by 16 so you can get it in pounds. That's 9,297,750 pounds of wheat.
Listen, the volume, the sheer scale of what he's doing, God, takes thinking and planning and precision to get all this done, man. This the scale of what that's where he said he had the largest of mind, the numbers, the precision, and he was a shrewd businessman. He wasn't just throwing things away either. Everything had a number, everything had a cost, everything was done shrewdly, intelligently, with a lot of clarity.
And also it just shows you he was prepared to build the temple.
Yeah.
He wasn't just trying to. A lot of our people
we're just winging it. We're just
winging our people
day to day.
Yeah, we try to build something out of scraps, man. You know what I'm saying? We try to put it together. You know, I'm gonna borrow this and I'm gonna try to save for that, and we try to build a kingdom and a household off of a budget. You know,
you can't ball on the budget like
can't
that.
ball on the budget. Solomon had wealth to his disposal,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what made this thing actual to bring it into manifestation and actuality.
You know what the reality is also? What people, I don't think people want to accept is that in order for something to sustain long term, somebody has to be a sacrifice. Somebody's life has to be a sacrifice so that the next generation can take it a step further. All David did was kill and fight all the days of his life, so that Solomon would have the opportunity to take his leisure time wisely. And fortunately for the kingdom and for history, he took his leisure time. He was studying, he was learning, he was challenging himself on top of establishing things on a greater scale. Yeah. But in order to get things done, somebody has to be a living sacrifice so the next generation can take that sacrifice and push it to the next level. And then another person takes it from that level and takes it to another level. That's how you establish generational wealth. That's how you establish a foundation that could sustain for generations. And I think a lot of us want to just jump to the leisure position without understanding the amount of sacrifice necessary to get to that position. But anyway, what you got? You got any more of that?
No, that was it. That was on just on the measurement of what he was actually putting together for these Tyranians or the Sidonians, ancient Phoenicians.
Okay. So let's keep going.
The middle.
Just start from the top. If we go that long, just go from the top.
Okay, verse 10. And behold, I will give to thy servants the hewers that cut timber 20,000 measures of beaten wheat, and 20,000 measures of barley, and 20,000 baths of wine.
So now we're getting into more, because in the other chapter it was just the wheat and the oil. Now we got drink in there. Now we got barley in there. Now there's more measures of things. It gets a little more specific in Chronicles, because Kings didn't talk about trying to find an artificer either. Okay, read on.
And 20,000 baths of oil. Then Huram, the king of Tyre, answered in writing, which he sent to Solomon, because the Most High had loved his people.
And that writing was in what we read in Josephus, those letters that were being sent back and forth. Read on.
He had made thee king over them. Huram said, moreover, blessed be the Most High, power of Israel, that made heaven and earth, who have given to David the king a wise son, endued with prudence and understanding, that might build an house for the Most High and for the house of his kingdom. And now I have sent a cunning man, endued with understanding, of Huram my fathers,
Okay.
the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan.
So now he's explaining. This is Huram saying, or Hiram saying, I'm sending an artificer down to Israel to you. And he says his mother is from Dan, and as you know, or you might not know, Dan was at the northernmost part of Israel, and they were neighbor to the Tyranians. Okay, they were neighbors to the east of the Tyranians. So there must have been some intermingling of the nation at that particular time. But he said this person, his mama was from Dan. Read on.
And his father was a man of Tyre,
Mm-hmm.
skillful to work in gold, and in silver, in brass, in iron, in stone, and in timber, in purple, in blue, and in fine linen, and in crimson. Also to grave any manner of graving.
He said this guy can make any type of art from wood, or any type of art from any type of metalwork. His skill level was out of this world. Read on.
And to find out every device which shall be put to him with thy cunning men, and with the cunning men of my lord David thy father.
So he says, with your cunning men and this guy, we should get this thing done with no problems. Okay, read on.
Verse 15. Now therefore the wheat.
What about that money though? That payment though?
Yeah.
We gotta talk this numbers. Okay, read on.
And the barley, the oil, and the wine, which my Lord hath spoken of, let him send unto his servants.
He says, send it to us.
Yep.
We need it. We want it.
You know why? Because go to Ecclesiastes chapter 42, verse 7 in the Apocrypha. You know, because that number, that what Hiram was, what solidified the deal was the fact that Solomon he understood that I just can't ask for all these goldsmiths, timbersmiths, woodsmiths, craftsmen, lumberjacks.
To be a brother. This to be a brother.
Just to be a brother, because we cool. Because you've been cool with my
You
father.
knew my daddy.
Yeah, you knew my dad, so just send it, I'll pay you later. You know what
I owe
I'm
you.
saying? Yeah. Send it.
Yeah.
Lay away.
Oh, my
Read that right there.
Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha chapter 42 and verse 7. Deliver all things in number and weight.
And that's what Solomon did. He told Hiram, listen, if you send me what I need to build this temple, I'll be exact and precise about what it is that I'll exchange on the back end. A lot of times our people, we want something for the lowest. We
We got the hookup, huh?
We want to hook up. Yeah, just send it. Just hook it. I'll pay you back on the first.
Yeah.
We gotta get all those details down, man.
Yeah.
We just
Just send me the wood, man.
Just send me the
That's our people, man. Send me the gold.
Just send me the wood.
And
Listen, man.
we talk. I
It's
got
so
you. I
funny.
got you.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I got your back, man.
I got you with that.
Yeah.
What's that mean, man? I got you.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
And we end up having bad relationships with the people we deal with.
Yeah.
Burning bridges.
But that's why this is
I got you, though.
a Bible order, man. It's an order from the Most High, man. You can't
I got
you can't set up business like
what
that.
the hell does that mean, man?
That's how we do things.
Sound like a
man.
finesse.
good. That means I'm
I got
good
you.
for it.
Yeah.
But it ain't prove that you good fight.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no doubt about it. Number of weight out. Let's get specific.
Yep.
How many
You have to.
trees? How many trees? How long you need this artificer for? Because we need some corn, man. We need corn, we need barley. We need some drink.
It's got to be worth it, man.
Yeah.
For what he's asking for.
Yeah.
Huh, man?
Finish that.
And put all in writing that thou givest out or receivest in.
That's
He
the
said
point, huh?
You're supposed to be specific about
Inventory.
inventory, but also what solidifies the deal. What is this deal based on? You know, because a lot of times people get shot over for $10. Black men kill each other over $10, bro. You know what I'm
That's
saying? They kill
hilarious.
it. Family members kill each other over money. Well, you promised me this. I didn't tell you I was gonna give you that amount. Well, that's what you said. Well, no, that ain't what I said. Well, we go back with our word all the time, and that's how our people are known for killing each other over the smallest detail.
Listen, that income tax season's a real season now.
Because PPP money, income tax money,
Brother.
stimulus money. You hear stimulus money. People dying over small amounts of numbers, but that's why you gotta be careful when you deal with our people, especially with our people. Man.
And there was a meme online where it said there was an image of that guy with that Scream mask. You ever see that Scream movie years ago with the mask? His mouth is all wide like this, and he had like a black robe, and the dude had on the image. It was the guy in the Scream mask, black robe, black gloves, and it said, "This is me when I won the lottery act." You ain't gonna know who the hell signed this paperwork.
That's funny.
So funny.
That was funny.
There was no evidence that I was the winner.
Yeah.
So I don't got my kinfolk and people bugging me about money if I ever won. I'm gonna have a Scream mask on. I'm gonna sign this paperwork. It was a picture of the lotto behind it.
That was funny.
It was so damn funny. Because of the same thing you're saying. I'm not letting nobody know so I don't get bugged and messed with and bothered and pestered out. Anyway, I just had to bring that up. That just was funny to me.
But we read that Solomon understands that you got to put things in writing when you're dealing with people, and it doesn't have to be something this large. Now we don't have 9 million pounds a week to give somebody, but we be giving each other $900.
Brother.
You know what I'm saying? And then so you got to still utilize what the Most High is saying. You got to be exact and precise when you're dealing with our people. You got to put things down in writing. You just can't give people, hey, I gave you this, and you on a promise. On a promissory note that you said you're gonna promise to pay me back. No, let's put this in writing.
It's always a misunderstanding.
It's always a misunderstanding, bro. I thought you gonna give me the car for $500. I thought you gonna pay me on the first.
That's not what I said, bro.
That ain't what I said. I said when I get paid, whenever that's gonna be, I was gonna give you that $500.
Or when I get some extra money.
That's
never gonna happen. You never get extra money.
Right. But that's why it's so important that you put things down in numbers and weight. Yes, sir.
Well, I would just, but it's like today we think of it as disrespect, like a conflict of trust. Like for me to require for something to be written down, it's almost taken like it's an offense.
You and a brother. Oh, you don't trust me as a brother?
No.
No.
Yeah, no brothers then.
Yeah,
brothers play games out.
Our people they get amnesia when it's time to pay back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They show. Listen, brothers.
It's all facts, huh?
Brothers will have new Jordans on and they still have a debt. You're like, brother.
Those are all facts, huh?
Brother, what happened? Oh, I had to get these new jets. I had to get them.
You had to.
Okay, bro.
I had to do
You know, I kind of gave that loan about 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah.
About 200. Yeah, man.
That smile. That smile.
I know. I got a
He's
phone
smiling,
call.
huh?
I got a phone call. I hit you right back. And
Yeah. It's a dodge game, huh?
Relationships get broken all the time.
Yeah.
So it's just to use the wisdom to create the spirit of fairness with the men, so there's no misunderstandings and bad blood down the line.
Huh?
It's not about I don't trust you. It's about let's just do
Just
things.
be honorable, huh?
Yeah, bro.
But they understood this on the level, they were kings. They understood diplomacy. We operate like we can't do nothing right. But anyway, that's where we're at. We're in 2 Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 15, right?
Yes, sir. Come. Now therefore the wheat and the barley, the oil and the wine, which my Lord hath spoken of, let him send unto his servants.
Okay.
And we will cut wood out of Lebanon, as much as thou shalt need, and we will bring it to thee in floats by sea to Joppa.
To Joppa. Mm-hmm.
Joppa. And thou shalt carry it up to Jerusalem.
So now we're getting more intricate aspects of the deal. So there's less guesswork. And that's how we're going to keep going back. It might seem like we're just reading the same stories over and over again, but you do get more details as we switch from Kings to Chronicles. So let's go back to Kings real quick. Chapter 5, verse 13 through 15.
Come. 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 13. And King Solomon raised a levy out of all Israel.
Now, where we're going to get this levy real quick. I read it earlier. Yeah. We're going to get levy in the 1828.
Come.
In its definition number 1.
Come. Levy in the 1828 Webster's Dictionary. To raise, to collect, to levy troops, is to enlist or to order men into public service.
So now he enlisted men. He enlisted 30,000 men for a security detail. And he was rotating 10,000 men up to Zidon for a month at a time. It's going to explain. Let's read that. Let's continue in the scriptures now. Give me verse 13 from the top.
Yes, sir. And King Solomon raised a levy out of all Israel, and the levy was 30,000 men. And he sent them to Lebanon, 10,000 a month by courses.
Exactly. So he was sending 10,000 men on a security detail a month to Lebanon, which is in Tyre and Zidon. Yes, sir?
So this was an order he put out, like
Yes.
a petition for public service.
Yeah, he recruited men. They were recruited. Hey, we need 10,000 men a month. We're going to get 30,000 men total, and you're going to do a month tour up in your location to Lebanon to make sure. And I know why. He was protecting his investment. That kind of operation, you need security detail also. You know how many raiders and thieves and people that are obviously, those trees were expensive. The shipment of all that grain and all that barley and all that wine was expensive. You had to have security details on that situation.
We learned that from Judges.
Huh? Oh yeah, there's a lot of hijackers.
There's a lot of cats.
A lot of pirates out. Land pirates out.
Winning. Taking
Yeah.
it. Israel to hide in caves.
Yeah.
Eating all their food.
So this is why he had that levy. That was that demand on the people. So read 13 again.
Come. And King Solomon raised a levy out of all Israel,
Mm-hmm.
and the levy was 30,000 men.
So that levy was the security detail that Solomon had. That was, read on, it's going to explain. Read on.
And he sent them to Lebanon, 10,000 a month by courses.
So he was sending army security detail, 10,000 men a month, to Lebanon, which was the capital city of Tyre and Zidon. Read on.
A month they were in Lebanon, and 2 months at home.
So once again, what I liked about what Solomon did is that he kept everybody busy, but not overly burdened. When he did his rotations, you had to give up a month, but you had 2 months off.
Yeah.
Then you went back on the 4th month, you gave your month up again, but you're back home with your family for 2 months. It wasn't never a burnout. He had systems in play to work you, but not burn you out. To challenge you, but not overburn, not overbreak you. And there was a consideration in his thinking. Okay? That was why when Rehoboam, when Solomon died and Rehoboam came in and was flexing, they knew he was going to be a maniac guy. He had no tact to him, no balance to him, no structure to him. So just keep that in mind. So he set that levy, but the levy was for a reason. The levy was to secure relations between Tyre and Israel, to make sure shipments were done right, the security detail was done right, everything was done right.
You know, when you burn people out, that's when you create enemies.
Yep.
You burn them out, then they withdraw themselves from the work. They get sloppy on the work.
The people don't want to do it no more.
Yeah, they stop caring. Their heart ain't in it because they tired. You know what I'm saying? Then you get bad work done. The quality, they don't care about the quality. They're fatigued. They're burned out.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be a balance, man. I like that.
Got it. So let's keep going.
And Adoniram was over the levy.
So that was that one brother was over the levy, over the rotations, over the management of that security detail. Read on.
And Solomon had 70,000 that bear burdens.
So we read that same verse in Chronicles, where he had 70,000, which was 70,000 that bear burdens. Read on.
And 80,000 hewers in the mountains.
And 80 hewers in the mountains. Because what's happening is these hewers were hewers of stone. What we're going to find out is that Solomon didn't want any clickety clank in the actual temple area. So all the cutting of the stones was in the mountains. He didn't want any construction, any hard hats. He didn't want any of that crap going on in the temple out.
Yep.
All he wanted was all the stones to be cut so perfectly that they can be laid on top of each other in perfect perfect sequence. Okay, so we're going to explain these guys who bear burdens. So what I want to do is hold this verse and jump to 1 Kings chapter 9 verse 20. Matter of fact, no, before you do that, I want to go to 2 Chronicles 3 and 17, 2 and 17 and 18.
Second Chronicles.
Salakia. There's a lot of jumping today because I want to make sure all these topics blend in together. 2 Chronicles chapter 2 verse 17 and 18.
Second Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 17. And Solomon numbered all the strangers that were in the land of Israel.
So now we're starting to figure out who these 70,000 hewers of stone or these 70,000 laborers and these 80,000 hewers of stone were. So he numbered all the strangers that was in the land of Israel. Read on.
After the numbering wherewith David his father had numbered them, and they were found 150,000 and 3,600.
So there was 150,000, 3,600. That was more specific than what Solomon kind of gave a roundabout total earlier when it was 80 and 70,000. So that's what we read earlier. It was 80,000 for the laborers, well, 70,000 for laborers, 80,000 for hewers of stone. Same thing. So we have around 150,000 plus of the nations left in Israel. It wasn't that many. So that means Canaanites, Philistines, that was down to serve. Read verse 18.
And he set 70,000 of them to be bearers of burdens.
Now we're starting to get who were those bearers of burdens that we just read in 1 Kings. The bearers of burdens were the nations. The nations were the ones who were sitting back here and being the people who professionally sweated. I saw this podcast a while ago. He says, man, all black men can give is a bunch of sweat out. That's what in this country. All we've given was sweat out. But it wasn't always that way. We were actually thinkers and planners and skillful individuals, and the nations were the ones who gave their sweat up. That's what the nations did back in the day. So these guys were professional sweaters and bearers of burdens. Think about these stones that were being hewed in the mountains. Once these stones were made and shaved and cut to perfection, you had to carry these things down. Huh? What they said is they would put like 2 or 3 of them together, and you'd have to carry them damn things down as heavy as they were, intact, and take them down to the finishing site, because Solomon didn't want the construction on the temple site. It'll go into that later. So we're getting 80,000 and 70,000 working up in the mountains. Read verse 18 from the top.
And he set 70,000 of them to be bearers of burdens, and 70,000 to be hewers in the mountain, and 3,600 overseers to set the people a work.
So 3,600 overseers to make sure these boys did their job. These guys had to carry that heavy wood. Somebody had to carry wood. Somebody had to carry these stones. Which one you want to do? I don't know.
Either way, it's heavy.
Listen, it's heavy either way. Listen, I think I might want to do the stones, even though you're going downhill with heavy stones out. Because can you imagine walking these trees from Joppa to Jerusalem out? You're going miles out with these trees out, these heavy ass trees out. That's a tough one too. Anyway,
That's labor.
And this is why I'm tripping on how Israel was complaining with Rehoboam. They didn't have to do this. We're going to read that now. Let that go and go to 1 Kings chapter 9, verse 20 through 22.
1 Kings chapter 9, verse 20.
Okay, 1 Kings chapter 9, verse 20 through 22. Read that, son.
And all the people that were left of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, which were not of the children of Israel, their children that were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel.
I'm sorry, read that part again, verse 20.
And the people that were left of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites.
Wow. Did somebody hit the camera?
No, he said it earlier.
But the camera's, it switched. That's right. Somebody must hit the camera.
Oh, okay.
Somebody did hit it. Thank you, sir. Still, it is what it is. It's not great, but I hate when it's like this. Okay, let's keep going. Verse 20 again. My fault.
Gone. And all the people that were left of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, which were not of the children of Israel.
All those Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites that we didn't finish off when we were supposed to. They were numbered at 150,000 and some change. Read on.
Their children that were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel also were not able utterly to destroy. Upon those did Solomon levy a tribute of bond service unto this day.
Listen, the nations were the handmaids and handmaidens. They were the manual labor. The nations were. Okay, and Solomon set that up. Read on.
Verse 22. But of the children of Israel did Solomon make no bondmen.
Israel wasn't made slave men. They weren't made slave labor. The nations were the slave labor. Read on.
But they were men of war, and his servants, and his princes, and his captains, and rulers of his chariots, and his horsemen.
So the Israelite men were men of war. They were servants in the temple. They were princes. They were captains. They held higher prestige jobs. Okay? Is that?
And it says right here in the commentary, it says, there's no contradiction here. In addition to the levy of Israelites, there were those remnant Canaanite peoples remaining in the land whom Solomon subjected to slavery.
Yeah.
No Israelite was reduced to slavery.
Yeah.
Those who did not serve in the levy served in the army.
There you go. You were either in the levy, meaning you were in like the what do you call those guys? What do you call
Reserve?
Yeah, the reserves, or what was there? Wasn't there another like military service that was domestic only?
National Guard?
National Guard. I would say these guys that were in the levy were more National Guard. And you still had your army, you had your National Guard, you had your security details, and that's how he set up his, because he had even his personal army guards that made rotations in Jerusalem looking after him. He had rotations of 10,000 men looking after him. Okay?
And we know in America, before John Deere Tractor Company became famous, we was the lumberjacks. When you look at old maps of the 1700s, 1600s, United States, once you hit the coastline, United States was all trees until you got to the Great Plains. Then it kind of opened up into the plain area. Then it went right back to the mountains and trees when you got to the Colorado Rockies. So, and then still all the way up to Oregon and Washington where you got the sequoia trees. You got these big trees still there today. So we were the ones cutting down. Our slave labor was used as the carpenters, as the hewers of stone,
the railroad people.
The one chain gangs building the railroad tracks. We were those hewers of stone. You remember the kids? I don't know if they teach this in school, but I remember growing up, and John Henry was famous as a black man who was driving a steel rod through rock so that they could put dynamite sticks in between the rock and blow it up. But the legend is that he beat the machine. They had came out with a machine that actually could drill rock, and the legend is that John Henry beat the machine and he died in the competition with the machine of a heart attack. But you read about but the story is true. But they say, well, he might have died of something else. But as far as using us to drill holes in rock, drive steel rods in the rock so they can insert dynamite to blow it up, that was us. We were the ones that was cutting down wood, blowing rocks up. We were the ones cutting down big trees, logging, bringing all the floating logs down the Mississippi, floating logs down rivers. We were the lumberjacks. We were the original John Deere tractor equipment. So, but Solomon, you know what? Solomon used them other nations just like they used us. But I like Solomon because Solomon is also a reflection of things to come. He's a reflection of how it's supposed to be and how it's going to go back to. It's going to go back to them being the hewers of stone and the wood cutters.
Yeah.
And the laborers. You know, they got us this time around for the last 400 years, but the next time around it's going to be on their shoulders.
You know, people online sometimes think we're looking for verses like this. This is the Bible. There's no manipulation of verses. How Solomon had the kingdom,
right,
and how he set up the nations as servants and bond servants. It's the same way Christ is going to do it in the new kingdom. It tells you that in Isaiah.
Yep.
This is not opinion or feelings. This is just how the nature of kingdom building is.
Yep.
You have certain nations and people that are going to be on top in the ruling class, and some are going to be in the bottom.
So nations, the other nations, the non-Israelites, get your backs ready.
You know
what I'm saying?
Get your squad,
Yeah,
get your squad
game.
ready. Squad game right out.
Get your shoulders strong.
Get them right. Get them right.
Rotate your shoulders.
Listen, and after your squat and get your stretching and balance it out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't just work the back, work the front too.
Yeah.
Work both the front of the legs and the back of the legs. Get the calf work right. It's the truth.
Yeah.
The only difference is Israel's going to be more humane than the majority of the nations.
Right, they work you till you die.
Yeah. But listen, get a total body workout, total fitness. That's very important.
I got a definition also of levy. It says levy, a tax tribute.
Yeah.
Often to be
It's
rendered
different type of levies.
in service. Like, okay.
Yeah, but it's different. There's
Service.
different. Well, it's different type of requirements that the state levies on the people. It could be taxes. It could be labor. It could be security
It
forces.
is tax in the form of labor.
Yeah.
Like, no, we ain't gonna give them money up. We need your back. We need your body.
Yeah.
We need your presence.
Yeah. And here is, listen, you're gonna serve the machine. Like we served the machine for hundreds of years.
Exactly.
Like we still serve the machine. Anyway, this is not a war's opinion. This is not Shamshwan Adawiyat's opinion. It's the scriptures. Did we finish that? Now let's go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 2, paragraph 9.
Book 8, chapter 2, paragraph 9, page 215.
That's a nation right there, bro.
Yeah, my fault, bro. It's my fault the Bible what it said. My grandma had to do it.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Paragraph 9, page 215. Now King Solomon, as soon as this epistle to King of Tyre was brought him, commended the readiness and goodwill he declared therein, and repaid him in what he desired, and sent him yearly 20,000 kori of wheat.
And that was that Corey word you were talking about earlier. Read on.
And as many baths of oil.
And once again, that was 9,297,750 pounds of wheat.
God. And we're going to break down in a second what baths are. Because when we start dealing with the brazen sea, it kind of breaks down how much like a bath is in comparison to gallons. Okay, because that was an ancient form of currency also, or measurement also. Yes, sis? Josephus, Antiquities, book 8, chapter 2, paragraph 9.
Page 215.
Mm-hmm. You got another one if you need it, sir. Oh, I think he's got one. You got
You
one?
need one?
Let's do it.
God. We're at the end of line 57. And sent him yearly 20,000 kori of wheat, and as many baths of oil. Now, the bath is able to contain 72 sextaries. He also sent him the same measure of wine.
I got to read one point. The bath element. It says bath. This is Honor Van Pictorial Dictionary, illustrated. It says the bath is the standard liquid measure in Old Testament times. It says its value is a matter of dispute. At present, scholars regard it as equal to 5 or 6 gallons, rather than 10 gallons.
Well, like I said, I have a bath to gallon calculator, a calculator that we're gonna go into a little bit later. It's a gallon to. It's right here. It's a gallon to bath calculator.
Okay.
So we're gonna go into it when we go into breaking down, because that brazen sea was a lot of water. That was many gallons of water. We break down that, but yeah, it's debatable about, I guess, how many gallons equals a bath. But kind of. So yeah, let's keep going.
Line 58. So the friendship between Hiram and Solomon hereby increased more and more, and they swore to continue it forever. And the king appointed a tribute to be laid on all the people of 30,000 laborers who work he rendered easy to them by prudently dividing it among them.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. That 30,000 men that levied up, he said he made it easy because he had rotations. It wasn't overly burdensome on anybody.
You wouldn't burn out your labor service.
And that's the point. Listen, they had enough resources to evenly distribute the responsibility.
Which is the end goal.
Which is the end goal all the time. We work hard, but eventually we evenly distribute the responsibility so nobody is overly burdened. Nobody's sitting on their tickets doing nothing. Everybody's pushing just enough to keep everybody active. Read on. Let's keep going. Shalom.
Whose work he rendered easy to them by prudently dividing it among them. For he made 10,000 cut timber in Mount Lebanon for 1 month, and then to come home, and the rest 2 months, until the time when the other 20,000 had finished their task at the appointed time.
Mm-hmm.
And so afterward it came to pass that the first 10,000 returned to their work every 4th month.
Exactly. Read on.
And it was Adoram who was over this tribute.
So what it's also saying is it wasn't just security, they were actually cutting trees too. You know, cutting trees, putting their hands to the work, to the plow, but it wasn't overburdensome. Read on.
There were also of the strangers who were left by David, who were to carry the stones and other materials, 70,000. And of those that cut the stones, 80,000. Of these,
hasn't Israel always had servants? We left Egypt with servants.
Yeah.
Abraham had servants.
Yeah. And when we were sinning, we were servants.
Exactly. This is natural. The issue is when you abuse people and you're violent when you take advantage of people.
Yep.
That's the difference.
So you work them to death.
Working to death, yeah. God. Let's continue.
of these 3,300 were rulers over the east. Rulers over the rest. He also enjoined them to cut out large stones for the foundations of the temple, and that they should fit them and unite them together in the mountain, and so bring them to the city.
Now that was tough, because you're cutting out large stones and you're uniting them in the mountainside, and you're carrying these large united mountains, the stones downhill. That ain't easy. That's a burnout. You're doing all the cutting, you're connecting them, and you're carrying these. I don't know how the hell you're carrying them. Probably in some type of what are those straps we always use again?
Two-man strap.
Two-man. You have the two-man strap or something like that.
Pulleys. You got to use a pulley.
Pulley or something. Because they're heavy as hell, and they're already conjoined together.
You got to use fulcrums and
Yeah.
They said they had like roller systems. They put like
rollers. Yeah.
and push on. In Egypt they said. I don't know about.
But you have to make sure that they already united them.
Oh man.
They unite this, so you're carrying that, bro. Because if you unite them and they start bouncing on the ground, they won't come out. Or they're gonna crack them. You can't crack them. You're gonna go back and do some more cutting the stones, Listen, detail work, and these guys were sweating their what's off. But Solomon didn't want any construction on the temple site. All the work was off site, and you just constructed on the building premises. Okay?
That means you had to be exact in your cutting.
Oh man, hell yeah! You can't have no slants on the cuts like this. I can't have no slants.
Ain't no taking it back to Home Depot, man.
No, bro. It had to be perfect.
Yeah.
So that's what we got. Did we finish that yet?
This was done not only by our own country workmen, but by those workmen who Hiram sent also.
Mm-hmm. So all this work's getting done. The slave labor were the nations. Hiram and his precision workers were cutting trees. Israel was cutting trees. The precision work was done by Israel. The labor was done by the nations. Okay? So now we go back to 1 Kings now. Now listen, as we go into this part, it might be good to kind of go online and I'll let you know when we start putting the images. We're going to be putting a lot of images because it makes a lot more sense to see it as we explain it, because there's a lot of information, and the words is one thing to hear it and see it, but seeing the images with the words, it makes more sense, and in the class kind of comes to life a lot more with the images. All right. So just so we can kind of understand where it started, that's how the prep was on the images for the area. Okay. And if you see it, what you're seeing online, that inner square was Solomon's original platform that he had set up for the construction of the temple. Okay. What you're also going to see on this image was that after the Solomon's temple was ransacked and destroyed around 586 BC, Herod, but during the time of Christ or before Christ, he came in here and he expanded the temple and made it larger and bigger than what Solomon did. But that happened way later down the line. What you're going to see also is when you're dealing with Mount Moriah, this is actually where David sat back here and did the sacrifice on Mount Moriah, where he slayed the beast and the angel backed off from destroying Jerusalem. This was the actual place where the sacrifice was made, and this is the foundation part. I don't know, online, y'all don't see this little hand as I'm moving around, do you? Mm-hmm. Okay, just look at where it says right next to Mount Moriah to the right. You'll see that little mound area. That was supposedly where David actually made the actual sacrifice.
Along the wall?
Yes, center. No, it's just in the center of it. It's like a little.
Okay, it's the little line pointing top of Mount.
Yes, exactly. That bedrock, and they're like, that is where the sacrifice was actually made, that David made in consideration to asking the Most High to stop the destruction of Israel. So looking at this, the temple was actually set up as this being the foundation, and actually where you're going to find the Holy of Holies is where this ended up being. Okay, you're going to see in the construction of the temple that there was like a stairs going up into the Holy of Holies. You had stairs going up. You had the holy place. There were stairs going into the Holy of Holies, and it said that part is what's under it, and why you had to climb the stairs going up into it. Okay, just something to kind of be conscious of as we go into the rest of the point. What I mean is, this is not a great image, but it's there. You see how you have the stairs going up, and you have that rock under it. This is kind of what you're dealing with. You have that rock or that area where you have that part there, that bedrock. That bedrock is under the Holy of Holies. Okay? That's not an awesome picture, but it kind of at least shows you why there was the stairs climbing up into it. They kept that mound unimpeded or unmessed with. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, I guess that we'll go into a little further. Let's keep going. So 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1.
1 Kings chapter 6 and verse 1. And it came to pass in the 480th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month Ziph, which is the 2nd month, that he began to build the house of the Most High.
So obviously he had been doing construction away from the grounds before this time. But at this time is when he's constructing the actual building from the inside, on the grounds, right? Read on.
And the house which King Solomon built for the Most High, the length thereof was 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 20 cubits.
So it was 60 by 20 was the size of the actual temple. Well, approximately 60 by 20, because it's an inch and a half
Well, it says three
It's a
score
cubit.
No, a cubit is 18 to 24 inches, which
Yeah.
is an ancient form of measurement was
Got it.
from the elbow to the tip of the finger. That was a cubit. So that could be anywhere between 18 inches to 24 inches. So you just multiply that times 60, and that'll give you the width.
Got it.
And then it says the breadth was 20 cubits. So
Mhm.
it was
That's
20.
wide.
It was 20 of these wide, and then 60 of these long.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Let's keep going.
And the height thereof 30 cubits.
30 cubits high. You got 20 cubits wide, and the length is 60. Okay. Let's continue. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Now they're going to start breaking down the compartments of the temple. Okay. Read on.
Verse 3. And the porch before the temple.
The porch is what you walk into leading up into the temple. Let me try to get an image of the porch there. Okay. If you look at this image online, this is the porch area.
Okay.
The front area is the porch. So you go past the pillars, and there's a porch area before you go into the holy place, which is the biggest part of the temple. Okay. So the porch is what?
Sorry. It says, and the porch before the temple of the house, 20 cubits was the length thereof.
That length is, you're still dealing with the width, because that 20 cubits from there to there is all congruent to the entire building, because the entire building is 60 cubits long, 20 wide, 30 high. Okay, so the width of this porch is the same width of the entire building. Okay, read on.
According to the breadth of the house, and 10 cubits was the breadth thereof.
So out of this 60 cubits going from west to the east, you had 10 of it was here. Got it? Read on.
Before the house. And for the house he made windows of narrow light.
The house is the middle part. That's the holy place. And you can kind of see up top, there's these little windows where the light can kind of shine through at the top on both sides. Okay? Read on.
And against the wall of the house he built chambers round about.
Mm-hmm.
Against the walls of the house round about, both of the temple and the oracle, and he made chambers round about.
So he said he built chambers round about. Let me get the proper image to explain this chamber. Let me see.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, the 4.
I got a better one.
You got a better?
Yes, sir. Not that one. This is it. So what it's explaining is, he said, and against the wall of the house, he built chambers round about against the walls of the house, round about both the temple. So it's saying that the walls of this annex went around the temple on both sides, and it said, and of the oracle. The oracle, this is the oracle. The Holy of Holies is where the oracle is. So this annex went around in 3 parts of the temple. And I had made a mistake 2 weeks ago when I had said that it was a lodging place of the Levites. It wasn't lodging. It was just temple treasures and items in the temple were put in that annex. It wasn't a place where they lived. Not even close.
So it was a storehouse.
It was a storehouse. It was a 3-level storehouse.
Some of the cells?
Yeah, the cells. They weren't living quarters. There's no proof. There's no proof that there was living quarters in that area.
Like storage, if you will.
It's
We have
storage and just think. Listen, don't forget. This is also, if y'all remember, when we read about Josiah, there was a long time ago. Well, we read it when in class a while ago. When they were doing storage, they were doing kind of like an inventory in the temple.
Yeah.
And Josiah and them were like, there was a scribe like, hey,
Book.
no, it was the priest, it was the high priest. Hey, there's a book here, man. It talks about the laws of the Lord. Scribe, give this to Josiah and see if he wants to do something about this. It was that bad, to where the Bible was in there and they blew off the dust. This is a book of the law. Y'all might want to. What either the king wants to? Not like, hey, it's urgent, scribe, that you tell the king that we got to follow these laws.
Okay.
He said, hey, man, ask the king if he wants to do this, man. See if it's okay. Point is, that was where it was storage in these spots. It wasn't
Living quarters.
a living quarters. I just want to make sure I'm clear with that because I said that and I was wrong. It's not.
So when they rotate in their circuits,
Mm-hmm.
So they would just do the operations of the temple
And split.
and then just split.
I just don't know where they stayed.
Okay.
There's nowhere I can prove that or explain where they went. They might have been somewhere in Jerusalem or I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's what it said because it said some of them, like, because Solomon built an area for them in Jerusalem.
But
And then they also
I
had.
can't prove that because I've looked to find out. I've been trying to find out where they were stationed, living quarters wise. Can't find it. Even we're going to read about Solomon's quarters he built. He built multiple little homes and area spaces, and doesn't say anything about where the priests were. So I can't prove it. If somebody can prove it to me, I've been looking. I can't find it. So that's the annex space, which is around the temple, and it's going to explain how it's 3 stories. It's 3 stories high. Okay, and I want you guys to look at. You see this little protruding stones that are kind of extending outside of the temple. It's going to explain in verse 6 why it's this way. So read verse 6. It's not decoration. And did it look cute? No, I'm just saying. Yeah, but let's read.
The nethermost chamber was 5 cubits broad.
The nethermost meaning the smallest, and the chamber that's the furthest away from the temple. As you can see, there's 3 levels, 1, 2, and there's a bottom one. The bottom one protrudes out the most. Okay, that's why they're called the nethermost.
Okay.
The bottom, there's a bottom stone extension.
Yeah.
And the reason they set up these extensions was so that nails wouldn't be having to be protruded against the stone. So they set up these little extensions so that the actual temple wouldn't get beat up and torn down in the process of constructing this annex space. Okay? Let's continue. Read from verse 6 from the top.
It's like a cap for wood.
They put wood planks on top of these extensions to establish the boards, to establish the stability of the actual annex. Okay? Read on.
The nethermost chamber was 5 cubits broad, and the middle was 6 cubits broad.
So as you're ascending up, the rooms are getting a little bigger. Read on.
And the third was 7 cubits broad. For without, in the wall of the house, he made narrowed rests round about.
And these are these narrowed rests. They made narrowed rests around the entire.
So it's just like a box spring lays on the bed frame.
Yes, exactly. That's a great way to explain it.
You know, it keeps it off the ground.
Yep.
And it allows you to put the mattress on top.
Yep.
You know, you had a surface that the bed can lay on.
Exactly. That's exactly how to explain it. I didn't even know how to explain it. I was like, you put the thing over the thing and everything. You put the thing over the thing and everything is good.
The nails ain't going in there. So I know.
That's all I can prove.
Oh, I can say them nails ain't in there. They'll never be there. Bet them nails out.
It's good to have a construction type mind in class to assist in the explanation, because I would have been completely lost with that explanation. But let's keep going.
That the beams should not be fastened in the walls of the house.
You see the point? How the beams, the reason it was protruding, so that the beams wouldn't be fastened inside the house. So it wouldn't sit back here and beams and pins and screws wouldn't be on the outside of the construction.
Is that like bad procedure, or is that right down the time? You know how we see houses, the houses kind of.
Maybe it's about construction, or the fact that temple, you don't want any beams sticking into the temple, making it look all shabby. But this way it was set up to where it can be in a proper position.
They rested over the top.
Exactly. And the bigger ones were at the bottom.
Okay.
And that's why the rooms were smaller, because that protruding area stuck out further from the bottom, and then it got smaller as it went up and the space got wider.
Yeah,
so it was like this.
Work of art, work, beautiful, good, constructive work of art.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't built anything like this as a nation, other than everybody else's kingdom.
Not even close.
For ourselves,
Benjamin Banneker built the White House.
Yeah.
Had the,
Yeah.
the blueprints. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he did that.
You sure did.
In the streets.
And the streets. Yeah. So let's keep going.
Verse 7. And the house, when it was in building, was built of stone made ready before it was brought thither.
Like we read, the stone was made on the outside of the mountains and then brought down inside. Right? Read on.
So that there was neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron heard in the house while it was in building.
Everything, all the work was outsourced. You weren't hearing clickety clanks in the actual temple. Everything was quiet. It was just placing items in. So everything was thought out before.
So everything about that place was a place of rest.
And it was order and cleanliness and organization. Everything was done out there. You were just placing items in particular predestined spots when it got to that spot.
Finished work.
Yes, exactly. Which you know what it proves? How much thought, how much attention to detail it took to get that accomplished.
And then also that means you would have to have labeled the stones
Yes.
where they were going.
Yes,
And
left, right,
like, yeah,
exactly.
inner wall, outer wall.
Golly, bro.
Middle stone. That means
God.
every stone was numbered. It's like when you get an IKEA. Like you get an IKEA.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
you gotta. Everything's numbered. All the screws are there. The tools are there. You know what I'm saying?
But sometimes they'll have 2 L's,
Yeah.
3 I's. Like, you got everything out. You can't get it accomplished. There was no 2 I's or nothing there. Everything was done perfectly right. God.
Right.
It's like symbolic. It's like all the beating and the refining is done outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time you come here, it's a finished work.
God.
You know what I'm saying?
God.
That inner man.
God. But you can take it on the symbolism level and explain that the temple was about the process of defining the temple was the process of perfecting us, perfecting ourselves, perfecting all the imperfections.
Right.
And we were that temple. We're that temple of the Lord trying to perfect ourselves.
Yeah.
God.
And also, just not only that, when you go into the temple, it has stairs, and only the most purest individuals were able to ascend to higher heights within the temple.
Yeah.
It's like
So just symbolically, in order for you to reach the Most High, there's more purification required within yourself in order for you to ascend higher levels to be able to reach the Most High.
No doubt.
You can look at it that way too.
God. So now we're let's get to verse 8.
God. The door for the middle chamber was in the right side of the house.
So the door for this annex spot was on the right side of the house. Okay, read on.
And they went up with winding stairs into the middle chamber, and out of the middle into the third.
So they had stairs that would take you to the second level and the third level of this annex building. And just so we can see, not that one. I guess you can use that one too. Because those are those annex chambers also, but it also goes around it. I'm not a big fan of that image. And like you said, those images, the annex on that side too, you can see it from that area. But let's just keep going.
Verse 9. So he built the house and finished it, and covered the house with beams and boards of cedar. And then he built chambers against all the house, 5 cubits high.
So, okay, make sure he says, so he built the house and finished it and covered the house with beams and boards of cedar. So the inside of the house was covered with wood, with the cedar wood, okay? The inside of the house was established with cedar wood, okay? Read on.
Verse 10. And then he built chambers against all the house, 5 cubits high, and they rested on the house with timber of cedar.
Salakia, this is still talking about the cedar that's in the outside of the building, in that annex area, not the inside. That's why sometimes we got to slow this down. I got to slow down because if you don't, you'll overshoot. This is still dealing with the annex and how he put cedar on the inside of that annex space. Okay, let me see. I want to go back into that. The one I had earlier.
Almost like you would do.
It's wood. The wood is here. The wood is in this area. Okay. What you gonna say?
Almost like you would do when you're building a house and you got the A-frame sitting on the roof, and then you got the main truss running over the top of the house to support a second level or the third level. So these are beams. This is support beams in between, but separating each level, being that it was 3 stories.
And the wood is going all in the inside of the building. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 11. And the word of the Most High came to Solomon, saying, concerning this house which thou art in building, if thou wilt walk in my statutes and execute my judgments and keep all my commandments to walk in them, then will I perform my word with thee, which I spake unto David thy father.
Well, you know what he's reminding him? With all of your attention to detail and all of your skill and all of your ability, that doesn't mean nothing if you're not serving me, and if you're not executing judgment, if you're not following these laws and commandments, if you're not aligning yourself right with me. You can have all the boxes checked in every other aspect of your life. I'm not going to be there with you. So as much as you're putting time and skill into all this work, don't forget me, and don't forget the following day-to-day, putting me first. With all that talent you got, make sure you stay humble and serve me. Okay? Read on.
And I will dwell among the children of Israel, and will not forsake my people. So Solomon built the house and finished it. And he built the walls of the house within with boards of cedar.
Okay, so now he's talking about the walls with cedar. Read on.
Both the floor of the house and the walls of the ceiling, and he covered them on the inside with wood, and covered the floor of the house with planks of fir.
So once again, he's starting to talk about the inside of the sanctuary. He's doing the floor with wood. Everything's stone at this point, right? So he's making the walls and the floor wood and the roof wood. Okay, read on.
Verse 16. And he built 20 cubits on the sides of the house, both the floor and the walls, with boards of cedar. He even built them for it within, even for the oracle, even for the most high place.
So listen, this verse 16 is talking about the oracle, or the holiest place. The Holy of Holies is what verse 16 is talking about. And in this 20 by 20 by 20 cubit frame dimension, he has wood all across it, north, south, east, and west. The roof, the floor is wood, cedar, and the walls are wood, cedar. Okay, the cedar first. Read on.
And the house, that is the temple before it.
The holy place is what this verse 17 is talking about. So now the holy place is what?
Was 40 cubits long.
It was 40 cubits long, because the Holy of Holies was 20. So 20 and 40 is 60. Like you said earlier. 60 wide, right? Or 60 long, 20 wide.
30 feet high.
30 cubits. Yeah, I messed up on the feet too. 30 cubits high. That was the number. Now that porch was outside of that 60. It was 10 and 20 wide cubits. Okay, I'm just trying to remind y'all about the dimensions. But let's continue.
And the cedar of the house within was carved with knops and open flowers.
So listen. Verse 18. The cedar was carved with knops and open flowers. So there was this is where that artificer that was skilled came in. Knops, look up knops real quick, because open, they were making part of the carving of the wood was made open flowers. When you guys get a chance, damn it, I was trying to find this out a few days ago. I just didn't have the time, or I couldn't find it. There was a pretty good explanation of how the temple looked.
It says knops. It says knob-shaped or ball-shaped or gourd-shaped carved wood or metal ornament. It says semi-globe or a knop.
Okay. When you look on this image right here, you'll see
gourd. It's like a gourd, like a cucumber shape. It says splitting open to shed its seeds like a gourd.
Okay. Trying to find out. I guess it's the best we're going to find for now. When you look into the temple, you're going to start reading also down the line that there were palm trees that were created, that were carved out in the temple. You're going to see that there was open flowers, there were palm trees, and there were cherubims that were carved out of that wood. And the images of that was in the temple. And they were in the Holy of Holies, the holy place, and on the doors. Okay? So let's just keep reading. So they're making these, it was carved with knops and open flowers. Read on.
All was cedar. There was no stone seen.
So all the stone that was built, you put the wood on the outside, around the frame of it, and then eventually they're going to layer it behind that after everything was carved with the gold. Okay.
And it was already prefabricated.
It was already prefab.
So nothing was no nails were needed.
But it's just explaining the different layers. It's explaining it in different layers. You had the cedar wood, then the cedar wood was carved, then you had the gold, but it was already prefab and placed in there.
Right.
Based on the dimensions.
There's no room for error in that.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no room for error. That means you had to have this measured out before you even brought it over to Jerusalem.
Bro, listen, the foundation had to be perfect. Everything in the floor had to be right,
It
so that it wouldn't be crooked. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because if was one bad measurement on
It
in
would
here,
throw everything off.
Everything would have been thrown off. Anyway, this is right. Let's keep going. This isn't even in construction, and people. And I'm not a great construction person, but you can see people even in the construction business hide abnormalities and flaws all the time.
Yeah.
You very rarely get perfect, flawless construction scenarios. It doesn't happen.
So if the foundation was perfect and to every detail, every degree, that foundation is a representation of Christ, right?
God.
That was 1 Corinthians 3. That foundation is Christ, right?
Yeah, the foundation and the chief cornerstone
Mm-hmm.
of what everything is laid on, what carries the weight of the whole building.
Well, you know what it also shows you. This is what we should be striving for. We should be striving to be perfect as possible, because this is what Christ was. This was what the symbolization of Christ in the temple was. It was the pursuit of perfection. And how there's so many layers to perfecting what's inside of us, to pushing and challenging us. Anyway, let's keep
I gotta read something real quick too. It says the stone walls and the ceilings of the house were totally paneled with boards of cedar and overlaid with gold.
Mm-hmm.
The cedar was decorated with carvings of knobs or gourds and open flowers. According to 2 Chronicles 3 and 6, the walls were adorned also with jewels.
Yep.
And then it's in 2 Chronicles 3 and 6. It says, he garnished the house with precious stones for beauty, and the gold was gold of Parvaim.
Yep. We're gonna go there.
Okay, we're gonna go.
We're gonna go there. I just want to get through this entire, because what ends up happening is 1 Kings 6 gives the breakdowns of one aspect of the temple. Okay. And then 2 Chronicles kind of gives another aspect of the temple.
Okay.
And
this is immaculate. This is an immaculate place.
God.
He achieved his nation.
So let's keep going. Where are we at? Verse 20?
Verse 19. And the oracle he prepared in the house within to set there the ark of the covenant of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
And the oracle in the forepart was 20 cubits in length, and 20 cubits in breadth, and 20 cubits in the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and so covered the altar which was of cedar.
Okay, read on.
So Solomon overlaid the house within with pure gold, and he made a partition by the chains of gold before the oracle, and he overlaid it with gold.
So the partition was gold, all the walls were gold, everything was gold. Okay.
That partition is what separated that Holy of Holies from the regular holy place. So there was a curtain that was made to separate, and only the purest priest was able to go and access that most holy place.
Now you had the curtain, but you also had a door too, and it's going to explain down the line how the door was put together, and all the attention to detail was to the door and to the frames of it. Well, let's keep going.
And the whole house he overlaid with gold until he had finished all the house. Also the whole altar that was by the oracle he overlaid it with gold. And within the oracle he made 2 cherubims of olive tree.
So he made 2 cherubims that was also supposed to be in the Holy of Holies. So the Holy of Holies was in the middle of that back room. Then he made 2 cherubims side by side of pure wood also, and overlaid it with gold. And what you're going to explain is that the wings touched from wall to wall. Like the right wing would touch the wall, and the left wings was touching each other. That's how wide and big the cherubims were. The cherubim would actually touch the wall. The wing would touch the wall. The right cherubim, right wing would touch the wall. The left cherubim, left wing would touch the left wall, and then their interior wings would touch each other, and it would cover over the Holy of Holies that was in the middle of it. Okay, read on.
Each 10 cubits high.
So each of these cherubims, which were like this angelic figure, were 10 cubits high. Don't forget, the Holy of Holies was only 20. So these cherubims were half of the damn room in height. Each of them. Read on.
And 5 cubits was the one wing of the cherub. And 5 cubits the other wing of the cherub.
Yep.
From the uttermost part of the one wing unto the uttermost part of the other were 10 cubits.
So it was 10 cubits. It was 10 cubits high, and it was 10 cubits from wing to wing. So if it's 10 cubits from wing to wing and there's 2 of them, that means that the wings completely cover the entire room, because the room was only 20 by 20 by 20. Does that make sense? I'm trying. I don't have another image that shows another. No, that isn't. You can kind of see it there, but I think the other image was better because the wings kind of overshoot, and it completely covers the entire holy place. Okay? Let me see. Read on.
And the other cherub was 10 cubits. Both the cherubims were of one measure and one size.
Both of the cherubs were of one measure and one size, so they covered the entire building. Read on.
The height of the one cherub was 10 cubits, and so was it of the other cherub.
So it's 10 cubits high. The whole building was 20. And what I didn't bring this out, but we also talked about how it was really, the whole thing was 30 cubits high. You see this little space in between it, in the Holy of Holies? There was a space in between that was kind of like a storage space too. It was a storage space. If I'm not mistaken, it said in another chapter it was gold. I don't know why this is not gold, but it was supposed to be gold there too.
Yeah, because it was 20 cubits high, but you still had another 10 on top. 10
cubits. I keep saying feet. Yeah, it was 10 cubits on top of that 20 by 20.
Yeah.
But these wings touched the walls of the temple. Okay, they touched the walls and they were 10 cubits high. So even on scale, this is kind of wrong because it was really 10 feet high. That cherub was 10 feet high. Both of them were. And that's half the building. And the Holy of Holies was in the middle. These cherubs were facing the east. Okay? This is going west, that's going east. So let's continue.
And he set the cherubims within the inner house, and they stretched forth the wings of the cherubims, so that the wing of the one touched the one wall.
That's what I was trying to explain. Read on.
And the wing of the other cherub touched the other wall. And their wings touched one another in the midst of the house.
So the wings touched each other. They completely covered the entire building, looking this way, eastward. Okay? And the Holy of Holies, not the Holy of Holies, but the Ark of the Covenant was in the middle, underneath those wings. Okay? Read on.
And he overlaid the cherubims with gold.
So they had that, they were carved perfectly in wood, and then that artificer put gold on all these cherubs. Okay? Perfectly skilled gold. Read on.
And he carved all the walls of the house round about with carved figures of cherubims and palm trees and open flowers.
Now this is within and without. So he's also explaining how the walls were constructed. It was obviously prefab, like chapter 1 has said, but he carved all the walls of the house round about with carved figures of cherubims and palm trees and open flowers within and without. Now this doesn't explain it all the way, but I want you to check this out. Look at how you can see the palm trees here on this little basin online. And once again, we weren't there at all.
Try to give the closest representation, depiction as possible. A couple thousand years left.
Listen, so we're
off the description.
But it did say there were palm trees. So that image in the middle, you had a palm tree and you had a cherubim that were put on the walls, as well as open flowers. Open flowers was in the temple, a palm tree, and a cherubim. Yes, sis.
Am I supposed to see? Well, on this image I see online right now, and this is just a little delayed. It shows look like little wagons with water.
Yeah, I don't want to focus on the wagons. I want to focus on the images on the wagons.
Oh, the images.
So you look at the image on the right side. In the front on the right, there's a cherubim.
Okay.
And then on the other side, you'll see a cherubim, and you'll see a palm tree. And then you'll see a lion or something on the side. Don't worry about the lion. I'm just trying to give a picture of the palm tree. Then you have a cherubim, okay, which is going to be in the temple. You can kind of see it here too, on a very small level. You can see. Let me see if I can move this around a little bit. And like I said, we're loosely explaining it, but hopefully you can see a little better now how you're seeing palm trees on the inside. You're seeing palm trees, and you're also seeing at the bottom of it, you're seeing these cherubims. Now they were carved out, and then the gold was laid on top of them. And it's the same image, but what they don't show on this image is the open flowers. There's open flowers, cherubims, and palm trees on the images of the Holy of Holies and the holy place, and it's all gold. All that carving and woodworking obviously is making it protrude, but you're putting the gold on top. Does that make sense?
So they had to build. They had to overlay the wood with the gold prior to going to the temple. That was really heavy.
Yes. All this was heavy.
Okay.
And precise.
I wanted to ask too is just loosely quote. I know the scripture says we're not supposed to make images and things in heaven above. How is making the carvings of the angels not like? Does that mean something different?
No.
Heaven above or earth beneath.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. I can't tell you.
Kyle Cobbs kind of went into it last night. I don't know if you caught Kyle Cobbs' class. If you catch Kyle Cobbs' class last night, he went into Israel not using any image. He went in detail about not allowing us to have any image within our own houses. Mm-hmm. Any carved work within our own houses, images of pictures of people, statues, erected statues, amulets, talismans, all these different things that we like to use in class last night. So if you get a chance, so he did say, like Dawiyah is bringing out, that it's a reflection of heaven. You know what I'm saying? So that was allowed because that was a reflection of what heaven looks like. What Kavakov said last night was that the cherubims being bent over and bowed down is a reflection of the angels, like you read Revelation chapter 4 and 5, how the angels pay obeisance to the Most High and they bow down to the Most High. So this it's a reflection of what goes on in heaven, where all the angels bow to the Most High. And he kind of went into that last night.
But no, we're not supposed to be sitting back here making images for ourselves or in our homes at all. Okay. Okay. So let's continue.
Verse 30. And the floor of the house he overlaid with gold.
So as he's explaining, the floor was initially stone, then it was the wood, the fir, the cedar fir, or the cedar tree. No, the floor was fir. And then you put the gold on top of that wood. Okay? Read on.
With and without.
Within and without. Read on.
And for the entering of the oracle, he made doors of olive tree.
So the entering of the oracle was a door also. Okay? Read on.
The lintel and side posts were a fifth part of the wall.
What it means is this: the lintel and the side post were a fifth part of the wall. What it's saying is that it was a 5-door frame depth. Can you imagine, like, look at a regular door frame and then make 4 more of them? Like it's kind of a 3-dimensional type situation where the door starts here, the frame starts here, and there's another frame that's smaller, deeper, another frame, another frame, another frame, and that's your door. Does that make sense? A 5-door frame depth. Then you have your door. Okay, read on.
The 2 doors also were of olive tree, and he carved upon them carvings of cherubim.
So these 2 doors that had the 5-door frame depth had 2 doors, and they had the cherubims and the palm trees and the open flowers on the doors also. Read on.
And overlaid them with gold, and spread gold upon the cherubims and upon the palm trees.
Mm-hmm.
So also made he for the door of the temple posts of olive tree, a 4th part of the wall.
So the door that led you into the actual holy place, because this 5-door frame was for the Holy of Holies. The 4-door frame depth was for the entry of the holy place, where the showbread was, and the 10 candlesticks, and all the stuff in the middle. That was a 4-door frame. The Holy of Holies was a 5-door frame. Okay? Read on.
And the 2 doors were of fir tree,
Mm-hmm.
and 2 leaves of the one door were folding, and the 2 leaves of the other door were folding.
So the doors were folding doors, like a closet door. You go in a closet, you open the door, and it folds.
Mm-hmm.
The doors of the temple were the same way. They were folding doors. They weren't the kind of doors you just open like this. They both folded. They were 2 doors that folded. Whether it's talking about entering into the holy place or the Holy of Holies. Now in Chronicles, like I was about to say, Dawiyad, it talks about the linen that's after you open the door, and it gives other details to the building of the temple that 1 Kings 6 doesn't. Okay.
So you get more detail as
Different
as we
details.
bounce.
Yeah, exactly.
No different than Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Mhm,
It's the
exactly.
same account of Yahushua, but when you read the different accounts, you get different angles and attentions to detail that another witness may not have saw.
Oh yeah, or it's
Or
a
not
different
saw, but
focus.
then document.
Exactly. So we got this so far. Are there any? I'm trying to take my time on this because this can be very confusing, and without images, it makes it even harder. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 35. And he carved thereon cherubims and palm trees and open flowers, and covered them with gold fitted upon the carved work.
I don't know how he connected the precision to get that gold on there without putting glue on it or something like that. How the hell
think it was beat on
did he
there.
get? That's what I'm saying. But getting it on there to beat it, but not like create indentions and to create messed up creases. How
That's the
to
craft
get
now. It's a big craft now. People get they get items and they'll like carve into the wood. They'll overlay it with now we do a little aluminum.
That's a whole other game. Huh?
But they do or copper, brass, or
Yeah.
remember gold's very malleable.
Yeah.
It's a malleable metal.
Soft.
It's very soft. So I'm pretty sure they had a process, but it was a soft element. It had to be 24 karat gold for it to be able to be that soft.
Something.
Could be that mall gold. Ishmael gold.
Is that
hard-
Ishmael gold?
Yeah, that's the hard gold you can't really.
That's 10 KB.
This is it had to be 24 karat gold that you can press on there.
God, a lot of metals in that Ishmael gold. But let's keep going.
And he built the inner court with 3 rows of hewed stone.
So he said he built the inner court with 3 rows of hewn stone. Read on.
And a row of cedar beams. In the 4th year was the foundation
And this
of the
is
house.
the inner court. This is the inner court right here. Y'all can see it. The inner court is where the altar is and the molten sea and all the outside extremities was. Okay? And they said they built that with 3 rows of hewn stone, so it was 3 rows deep. Okay, and a row of cedar beams. Keep going.
In the 4th year was the foundation of the house of the Most High laid in the month Ziph. And in the 11th year, in the month of Bul, which is in the 8th month, was the house finished throughout all the parts thereof. And according to all the fashion of it, so was he 7 years in building it.
And even on this image, I want to show you what we have on here. It kind of gives a scale. They said that pretty much, if you look at like the temple, when you got the American football field, the temple kind of gets you a little past the 50-yard line out. It gets you like 60 yards, 65, 70 yards. It just kind of gives you a scale of how it is up top. It was good to kind of see that. Top right-hand corner. But
Awesome.
But what I want to do is we're going to hold this verse, let it go, I should say, and we're going to go to 2 Chronicles chapter 3, verse 1 through 14. Okay, so 2 Chronicles chapter 3 verse 1 through 14. Let's read that, somebody. Right? Where you at? We're all readers. Oh, you gotta go, yeah. Thought I must get you in. Where'd the Jews go? Do we read the Bible, huh?
Drunk a lot of water, huh?
It's all good, it's all good. I just didn't know.
There's a line right now.
There is a line at the school. There is.
Tahawam Rakha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yasha Allah.
Ta'awam Rakha, Shalom Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashala. Amaju. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakta.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabaktan.
Okay, so 2 Chronicles 3, verse 1 through 14. Now this is going to start dealing with different aspects of the temple that we have to explain. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that.
2 Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 1 through 13. Verse 1. Then Solomon began to build the house of the Most High at Jerusalem in Mount Moriah.
In Mount Moriah, at that top peak. Read on.
Where the Most High appeared unto David his father, in the place that David had prepared in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite.
And this is why it's good to bounce, because it wasn't this specific in dealing in 1 Kings chapter 6.
Mm-hmm.
So we understand where that Mount Moriah is and the peak, and that's where the foundation of the building was established. Read on.
And he
I'm sorry.
Also, you got, if you quickly go back to 1 Chronicles real quick, 21 and 18 real fast, it'll just give you the significance of that event.
Mm-hmm.
said 1 Chronicles chapter
21 verse 18.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Read
Yep.
that real quick.
1 Chronicles chapter 21 and verse 18. Is not the Most High your power with you? And hath he not given you rest on every side?
21, First Chronicles
Oh,
21 and
sorry.
18.
No, it's 22. Pages be sticky. First Chronicles chapter 21 and 18. Then the angel of the Most High commanded Gad to say to David, that David should go up and set up an altar unto the Most High in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. And David went up at the saying of Gad, which he spake in the name of the Most High. And Ornan turned back and saw the angel, and his 4 sons with him hid themselves. Now Ornan was threshing wheat. And as David came to Ornan, Ornan looked and saw David, and went out of the threshing floor, and bowed himself to David with his face to the ground. Then David said to Ornan, grant me the place of this threshing floor, that I may build an altar therein unto the Most High. Thou shalt grant it to me for the full price, that the plague may stayed from the people.
May be stayed.
May be stayed from the people.
All right, so this is where the angel had told Gad to tell David to go buy this threshing floor and build an altar on that threshing floor. So when we go back to 2 Chronicles chapter 3 verse 1, this is the same location where Solomon built that exact temple, is where David had purchased that threshing floor and built that altar. Right? So you can go back to 2 Chronicles 3 and 1 more time.
2 Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 1. Then Solomon began to build the house of the Most High at Jerusalem in Mount Moriah, where the Most High appeared unto David his father, in the place that David had prepared in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. And he began to build in the 2nd day of the 2nd month, in the 14th year of his reign.
So he's showing you the significance of the temple was identical to the same place that David was given a prophecy from Gad, from the angel, from the Most High, that this place, when the Most High tells people, take off your shoes, for you're standing on holy ground, for thou art on holy ground, that ground was already holy prior to Solomon building the temple on it. It was already holy ground because that was a place where the angel appeared and sent the message.
Yep.
So that place had already a spiritual significance in it prior to Solomon building that temple on it. That's why it made more sense that Solomon put it right there on that same place.
And that was why David's the one who sat back and orchestrated it that way. He paid for the whole piece of land and said, this is going to be where the temple goes. Huh? Go for it. Continue.
2 Chronicles chapter 3 verse 3. Now these are the things wherein Solomon was instructed for the building of the house of the Most High. The length by cubits after the first measure was 60 cubits, and the breadth 20 cubits.
So it's giving you the same dimensions. It was 60 by 20 cubits and 30 cubits high. Read on.
And the porch that was in the front of the house, the length of it was according to the breadth of the house, 20 cubits.
The length of it was based on the breadth of the house. So they lined up the width lined up with the width of the entire building, which was 20 cubits. Read on.
And the height was 120, and overlaid it within with pure gold.
So it was overlaid. The porch was the outside area. Don't forget, the porch was right here. That was the porch. So read on.
Verse 5. And the greater house he sealed with fir tree.
The greater house is the holy place. He sealed it with fir tree. Read on.
Which he overlaid with fine gold, and set thereon palm trees and chains. And he garnished the house with precious stones for beauty. And the gold was the gold of Parvaim.
So you're still talking about the greater house, but you still had the Holy of Holies, which was further than that. Read on.
He overlaid also the house, the beams, the posts, and the walls thereof, and the doors thereof with gold, engraved cherubims on the walls. And he made the most holy house. The length thereof was according to the breadth of the house, 20 cubits.
The most holy house was the Holy of Holies. Read on.
And the breadth thereof 20 cubits. And he overlaid it with fine gold, amounting to 600 talents. And the weight of the nails was 50 shekels of gold.
So I guess the nails that were used to keep it together was full of gold, was pure gold nails also. Read on.
And he overlaid the upper chambers with gold.
And that upper chamber is this upper chamber right here. the upper chamber that was still that 10 cubits high, they made that pure gold also. It wasn't just the 20 cubit by 20 cubit was gold. The upper portion was gold too. That was that little storage space, or that unused space, was made gold as well. Okay, so that was made gold, and it also said that the porch was gold. They said the porch was gold inward also. Excuse me. Yep, he overlaid the porch with pure gold too. So let's keep going in verse 10.
And in the most holy house he made 2 cherubims of image work, and overlaid them with gold. And the wings of the cherubims were 20 cubits long. One wing of the one cherubim was 5 cubits, reaching to the wall of the house, and the other wing was likewise 5 cubits, reaching to the wing of the other cherub.
Okay, and we explained that it was 10 cubits wide, each cherub. They touched each other's wing, and that meant it was 20. It was 20 total. So from wing to wing, from both wings to wing total was 20 cubits. Then the width of the building was 20 cubits. Okay, and it was 10 cubits high, the cherubims. Read on.
Verse 12. And one wing of the other cherub was 5 cubits, reaching to the wall of the house. And the other wing was 5 cubits also, joining to the wing of the other cherub. The wings of these cherubs spread themselves 20 cubits, and they stood on their feet, and their faces were inward.
Their faces were inward, meaning they were facing eastward. They were facing eastward, but they were on the far west end of the temple. But they were looking east. That was where east was. Okay. That's verse. Yeah, read on.
That was verse 13. Verse 14. And he made the veil of blue, and purple, and crimson, and fine linen, and wrought cherubims thereon.
So they put obviously cherubims on this veil of blue, purple, crimson, and that veil was put in front. As you open that door to the Holy of Holies, you had this veil that was in front of it. So as soon as you open this gold door, which was like 2 matching, 2 doors, folding doors, go in, then you had this veil. You went through the veil and you did the sacrifice.
And that veil had embroidered, the cherubims were embroidered
gold.
In gold.
Yeah.
Right. So they weren't just curtains, but they were beautiful colored curtains with gold embroidery, and the embroidery was the cherubims on the curtains.
Got it. Now we're going to hold off on that because we explained that.
Which is also what when Moses had the tabernacle in Egypt. He also had it set up that same way with those curtains with the golden cherubims embroidered on the same work.
No doubt.
Very similar to the dimensions of what Moses had.
Dimensions and the approach. Versus how they set it up.
Right, versus a temporary dwelling place to a more concrete dwelling place.
Yeah. Movable. So let's go to Josephus real quick. We're going to go to book 8, chapter 3, paragraph 1 through 3.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 8, chapter 3, paragraph 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of reading today, man, but hopefully we're getting some clarity on this temple and how it looked and how it was set up. Let's go.
Solomon began to build the temple in the 4th year of his reign, on the 2nd month, which the Macedonians called Artemisius, and the Hebrews Joram, 592 years after the Exodus out of Egypt.
Now these years are also, we're going to go with the Bible. Continue. But
1,020 years from Abraham's coming out of Mesopotamia into Canaan, and after the deluge 1,440 years, and from Adam, the first man who was created, until Solomon built the temple. There had passed in all 3,102 years.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay.
Now that year on which the temple began to be built.
So they're saying from Adam to Solomon building the temple was 3,102 years. Let's continue.
Now that year on which the temple began to be built was already the 11th year of the reign of Hiram. But from the building of Tyre to the building of the temple there had passed 240 years. Now therefore the king laid the foundation of the temple very deep in the ground, and the materials were strong stones, and such as would resist the force of time. These were to unite themselves with the earth, and become a basin and a sure foundation for that superstructure which was to be erected over it. They were to be so strong in order to sustain with ease those vast superstructures and precious ornaments, whose own weight was to be not less than the weight of those other high and heavy buildings which the king designed to be very ornamental and magnificent. They erected its entire body quite up to the roof of white stone. Its height was 60 cubits, and its length was the same, and its breadth 20. There was another building erected over it, equal to it in its measure, so that the entire altitude of the temple was 120 cubits. Its front was to the east. As to the porch, they built it before the temple. Its length was 20 cubits, and it was ordered that it might agree with the breadth of the house. And it had 12 cubits in latitude, and its height was raised as high as 120 cubits. He also built round about the temple 30 small rooms, which might include the whole temple.
That surrounds the entire temple. Read on.
By their closeness one to another, and by their number, and outward position round it. He also made passages through them, that they might come into one through another. Every one of these rooms had 5 cubits in breadth, and the same in length, but in height 20. Above these other rooms and others above them, equal both in their measure and number, so that these reached to a height equal to the lowest part of the house, for the upper part had no buildings about it. The roof that was over the house was of cedar, and truly every one of these rooms had a roof of their own, that was not connected with the other rooms. But for the other parts there was a covered roof common to them all, and built with very long beams, that passed through the rest, and through the whole building, that so the middle walls, being strengthened by the same beams of timber, might be thereby made firmer. But as for the part of the roof that was under the beams, it was made of the same materials, and was all made smooth, and had ornaments proper for roofs, and plates of gold nailed upon them. And as he enclosed the walls and boards of cedar, so he fixed on them plates of gold, which had structures upon them, so that the whole temple shined, and dazzled the eyes of such as entered, by the splendor of the gold that was on every side of them.
And you had those windows
Yeah,
too
the
at the
windows
top.
that was there that let
That
the
sun
sunlight
was shining on both ends. I really popped that gold out.
Yeah.
And don't forget, there were 10 candlesticks in there. 5 on one side and 5 on the other. So the candles were burning, lighting, everything was shining. The sun from both sides of the windows was shining. That place looked majestic inside that. That was a holy damn looking place. Holy as heck. Well, let's go. That's just phenomenal.
Line 69. Now the whole structure of the temple was made with great skill of polished stones, and those laid together so very harmoniously and smoothly that there appeared to the spectators no sign of any hammer or other instruments of architecture.
Like it just was made, they were created that way.
Yeah.
That's how smooth it looked. Read on.
But as if, without any use of them, the entire materials had naturally united themselves together,
That's phenomenal.
that the agreement of one part with another seemed rather to have been natural than to have arisen from the force of tools upon them.
Now I'll say this too.
Wow.
Real quick, 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Start at verse 11.
First Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 11. 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 11. For other foundation can no man lay than that is laid, which is Yahushua.
Read on.
Now if any man build upon this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest.
What he's saying is, you got to make sure that as you're building your temple, that if you're witnessing the detail, the material, the time, the precision, the amount of craftsmanship, the workmanship, the quality of work, you're witnessing all these things being invested into the temple of the Most High. But the temple of the Most High is only a reflection of the temple that's in you, of your temple. It's only a reflection. Jump down to verse 16 real quick.
Verse 16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of the Most High?
So as we read about the dedication, the precision, the tools, the quality, the details of the temple being built, he says, don't you understand that this is just a mere reflection of how you're supposed to be as a person in Christ, as a brother or sister in Christ, as a servant to the Most High in Christ? That you're supposed to put this amount of detail within yourself. Meaning the Most High he didn't just throw this thing together and it was just some random parts put in, and he was using abstract parts and whatever he could find, he just put the temple together. No, it was quality, and it was thought, and it was detail put into it. You should carry yourself with the same amount of detail. Everything about you should have the same amount of beauty.
Intention.
It should have the same intention. It should have the same reflection, that I'm reflecting what the Most High does in heaven on earth. And that's what the temple represented. But you are the temple of the Most High. You're supposed to be a reflection of the Most High on earth. Read on.
Know ye not that ye are the temple of the Most High, and that the Spirit of the Most High dwelleth in you?
And if the Most High is about quality, then you should be about quality. If the Most High is about precision and about the best materials being used, then you should be about the best materials. Then you should be about the best of behavior, the best of conduct, the best of attitude, the best of habits, and of the best shape and the best form. Read on.
If any man defile the temple of the Most High.
You see, we're reading about a pure place.
Yep.
That he said that in Josephus, it said it was put together like a natural order, like it belonged together. It was symmetry in there.
Yep. There was no conflict.
It was no conflict or crazy arrangement.
Yep.
He said, man, everything,
No chaos
in the temple. He said, this is how you should be conducting yourself as well, without chaos, without confusion. Read that part again.
If any man defile the temple of the Most High,
read on.
Him shall the Most High destroy.
Why? Read on.
For the temple of the Most High is holy.
Is what?
Is holy.
So you're a holy temple as well. You're a miniature version of the temple that Solomon built, but in a spiritual level. So he says, and so you should carry yourself consecrated, because that's what the word holy means. It means consecrated or set apart. Meaning you're not set apart for drugs.
No.
You're not set apart for the lust of the flesh. You're not set apart for addictions. You're not set apart for idolatry. You're not set apart for adultery. But when you let that go and hold it. We'll come right back to it. Just go to 2 Timothy 2:22 real quick, and then come right back to that in Corinthians 3. Because we're reading about a physical building, but we can't forget that this physical building has a spiritual connotation. Read that.
2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 2.
22.
2 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 22.
Read that.
Flee also youthful lusts.
It said flee what?
Also youthful lusts.
So as you purify your temple, you shouldn't be doing the things that kids do. Experimenting, trying to find things out making kid mistakes,
Being curious.
trying to do grown things. You know what I'm saying? Being immature in how you behave, being outlandish in your behavior, being outlandish in your speech. You should have matured to being out of a child mentality. He said, read that again.
Flee also youthful lusts.
So you should be escaping your lust. If you're purifying your temple, you shouldn't be about just what satisfies you and your flesh. Read on.
But follow righteousness.
You should be following what?
Righteousness.
Go ahead.
Faith.
What else?
Charity.
What else?
Peace.
What else?
With them that call on Yahweh Shai out of a pure heart.
Go ahead.
But foolish and unlearned questions avoid.
Okay, so let that go and go here. Go to here. Go right here. Where you at? You're in Timothy, right?
Yeah.
Go to 2 Timothy and read 21. Just read up. Just jump up one. Matter of fact, verse 20. Read that.
2 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 20. But in a great house there are not only vessels of gold and of silver, but also of wood and of earth.
Go ahead.
And some to honor and some to dishonor.
So if you're going to be the best temple that the Most High has made you to be, read verse 21.
Verse 21. If a man therefore purge himself of these,
You got to keep cleaning yourself out. You're the temple that you're not the best temple unless you're constantly eliminating the impure qualities about you. If you're not removing the worst part of you on a constant basis, you're not purifying the best temple. You're not making yourself the best temple. So the way to make the best temple is you got to keep removing things about you that are no good. You got to keep identifying what about you as a person, as a man or a woman, that's no good, that the Most High will not appreciate, and he don't want in this sanctuary. What about you that's uncomely, that's unattractive, that's impure and defiled? Read on.
if a man therefore purge himself from these, he shall be a vessel unto honor.
He said the Most High will look at you as honorable because you're doing the best. You're doing the best possible thing that you can with your temple. The best possible thing a man can do with his temple is to keep cleaning it out. Keep it shining. Just like you're reading about in Josephus about how it was brilliant when you walked into the temple of the Most High.
Got it.
So then you should be brilliant as a person. You should be a reflection of brilliance. You should be a reflection of cleanliness, of order, of precision.
That's what the scripture says. Let your light so shine before men.
God.
Let that cleansed part of you show the whole world how clean you are through your example and your works.
God. Yes, sir.
Because that was what you were talking about earlier. That was 1 Corinthians 3 and 10, taking heed to what foundation we're building upon. Taking heed is the consideration of who is the example that we're trying to also build works upon.
God. But in that, when you say who, you got to go to
Right, where you just went.
yeah, no, you go to St. John 14 and 6. St. John 14 and 6. Read that.
John chapter 14, verse 6.
Read that.
Yahweh Shai saith unto him, I am the way.
What did Christ say?
I am the way.
So I'm trying to build my temple after the reflection of Christ, because that's the foundation. That's who laid the foundation. Christ laid the foundation. So my temple got to look like His. That means it got to be built upon the same sacrifices, with the same amount of care, and the same type of love, with the same intention as Christ. Christ said, I am the way, the what?
The truth.
What else?
And the life.
Go ahead.
No man cometh unto me.
Just like you couldn't go into that most holy place in the physical temple, you couldn't enter in unto the most holy place unless you was pure as a priest. He said, no man cometh to me. Go ahead.
No man cometh unto the Father.
Not to the Father. Go ahead.
But by me.
But by me, meaning your temple must reflect the same temple that Christ built on earth, with the same sacrifices built of the same thing. Meaning Christ cared about the people more than himself. The same material. Meaning I'm dedicated to the cause of the rebuilding of my people, my nation. That's what Christ was about being a more perfect sacrifice. Matter of fact, hold that and go to Hebrews chapter 9 real quick.
Hebrews chapter 9.
And then read verse 11.
Hebrews chapter 9, verse 11. But Yahushua, being come in high priest of good things to come,
Go ahead.
by a greater and more perfect tabernacle.
Christ's temple, and it was better than what Solomon created, because it had more spiritual connotation to it.
Less spiritual imperfection.
So he said Christ his tabernacle, what he built, is what we really should be trying to follow after. Read on.
By a greater and more perfect tabernacle, not made with hands.
Not made with what?
Not made with hands.
Because the temple that was made with hands is what Solomon built. But the quality of the temple is supposed to be gotten better. Just like you had the first temple that Moses created, the sanctuary, was made out of poles and tents and curtains.
Yep.
It was a traveling tent. It was a traveling sanctuary. Solomon built a more permanent structure. But the best temple or sacrifice that was made was what Christ built, which was his example. Read on.
Verse 12. Neither by the blood of goats and calves, but by his own blood he entered in once into the holy place.
Go ahead.
Having obtained eternal redemption for us.
For how? Read on.
For if the blood of bulls and of goats and the ashes of an heifer, sprinkling the unclean, sanctifying to the purifying of the flesh.
That's what was going on in the temple that Solomon built. Read on.
How much more shall the blood of Yahushua, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to the Most High.
So you should be offering yourself to the Most High without what?
Without spot.
There should be no spots in you. If you want to build the most appropriate temple that mirrors the temple of Christ, then you got to remove your spots. You got to remove your wrinkles. You got to remove your stains. You got to remove your blemishes. Because there's things about you that need to be rooted out in order to become the most perfect temple to the Most High. Read on.
Purge your conscience.
And more importantly, you got to purge your what?
Your conscience.
Your conscience is the way you think.
Yep.
You got to clean up the way you think. That means that the temple has more significance. Because a lot of times people can, during the time of Solomon, I can clean myself up to go to church. I can clean myself up to look
Bring his
holy.
offers. Yep. Bring his offering.
Sunday, Saturday, what was I doing Saturday night? But on Sunday morning, I come in, I look good, I look clean. But you know what? I'm filthy. Because a lot of times people think I'm in the school, I'm in the camp, I got on fringes, so I'm clean.
Yep.
But you know what they mind go when they leave? The physical building? Where does your mind go when you leave the physical structure? Back to pollution. Back to filth.
Back in the streets.
So then what purifying your temple would be, your conscience would be, is that when you were in or out of a physical building, you still got the Most High on your mind. Because a lot of people think that I'm only supposed to be holy when I'm around holy people or spiritual people. But when I'm free and when I'm at home, I can do what I want to do. Then your conscience is not purged. If you're not taking this thought process home with you and everywhere you go, then you're not purifying your conscience. You're not purifying your temple. There shouldn't be a separation of I'm one way when I'm in school or around people that actually serve the Most High, but I'm a whole different person elsewhere.
You're supposed to be shining all the time.
I'm supposed to be shining all the time. I'm supposed to be clean all the time. Read on. He said, purge your conscience from what?
From dead works.
Meaning, I shouldn't be duplicating youthful lust. I'm the same way in or out the temple, meaning the temple is inside of me. I'm not just going to a physical building and I'm going to be holy when I'm in that building. No, the Most High is dwelling with me. So as I leave the school, I leave with the Most High in mind. As I leave the school, I leave with Christ in mind. I'm the same person in or out of the structure. That means the temple of the Most High has gotten to a more personal space. The more personal space, not just a physical building, is within your conscience. Read on.
Which is similar to the law. The law was more about the structure, the religious, lawful structure that I have to consume myself with so I'm not offensive to God. But when Christ was pushing his understanding is about the internal structure that makes me pleasing to God.
Because that's what matters. The temple's supposed to be built inside of you, not just you going to a physical building. So the temple initially was just a reflection of the closeness that you're supposed to be getting with the Most High as you serve the Most High. Meaning it was an outside building that was like a traveling building to a concrete structure made out of gold, to an actual spiritual thought process that I carry the Most High in my mind. So the temple of the Most High was supposed to be more interior within me, not just on the external level. He says, purge your conscience from what?
From dead works to serve the living power.
So you serve the living power how? In your mind, in your actions, in your behavior. That would be recreating the most holy temple. Because John chapter 4, verse 24 says what?
John chapter 4, verse 24.
Read that.
The Most High is a spirit.
The Most High is a what?
Is a spirit.
So where's the physical temple at now? How are you going to serve the Most High, the living power now, when the Most High is a spirit? He said the Most High is a spirit. Read on.
And they that worship him must worship him in spirit.
So is it actually going to a building to serve the Most High? No. You ain't serving the Most High going into a physical structure. The Most High is a spirit. If you're gonna serve the Most High, you got to serve the Most High in spirit. Read verse 23.
Verse 23. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth.
Go ahead.
For the Father seeketh such.
Because the Most High is looking for who?
For the Father seeketh such to worship him.
So how does the Most High want you to worship him now? Going into a building? How does the Most High want you to worship him now? He wants you to worship in the spirit of your mind, by the renewing of your mind, by you being clean and constantly cleaning yourself up. Now, I worship the Most High in my conscience, not just in a physical building. That's what the Most High is looking for now. You can finish that, let that go. You can finish that last part of Hebrews.
Quick question right quick. So is this kind of where that saying of cleanliness is next to godliness probably came from, and it's related to physical cleaning something, but it was supposed to be, like you said, in the spirit and the mind?
Right, the spirit,
like
the physical perfection.
It's not a scripture per se, but the essence of what it was trying to be said, cleanliness mentally and spiritually is next to godliness.
Right, you get closer to the Most High, the more you purify yourself. That's what we just read in Timothy. The more you root out the spots within yourself, the pure you are in the eyes of the Most High. All right, that last part in Hebrews. Actually, you let that go. We could get back to where we was at in Josephus.
Yeah, we did the last of 14.
Yeah, you did the last 14. Come.
For the brother. We're back to Hebrews. First Kings.
No, we're still in the Josephus.
Josephus.
Switch.
We're gonna read. We're at the end of paragraph 2. We want to read through 3.
You was saying where
75.
But 69, line 69.
Right, line 69.
No, you had already passed that up. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah,
Remember, the king had also had a contrivance. I don't know. Maybe that's a little far down.
Yeah, you can read.
Yeah, 70. We can do 70. I think.
Yeah, 70 was good.
Book Antiquities, chapter 3, book 8, chapter 3, chapter 2, line 70. The king also had a fine contrivance for an ascent to the upper room over the temple, and that was by steps in the thickness of the wall for it, had no large door on the east end, as the lower house had, but the entrances were by the sides, through very small doors. He also overlaid the temple, both within and without, with boards of cedar, that were kept close together by thick chains, so that this contrivance was in the nature of a support and a strength to the building.
So it said that chains kept this wood connected to the structure. Because I guess the chains were used so that the wood would stay aligned with the stone. But let's keep going.
Now when the king had divided the temple into 2 parts, he made the inner house of 20 cubits every way to be the most secret chamber. But he appointed that of 40 cubits to be the sanctuary. And when he had cut a door placed out of the wall, he put therein doors of cedar, and overlaid them with a great deal of gold that had sculptures upon it. He also had veils of blue and purple and scarlet, and the brightest and softest of linen, with the most curious flowers wrought upon them, which were to be drawn before those doors. He also dedicated for the most secret place, whose breadth was 20 cubits, and the length the same, 2 cherubims of solid gold. The height of each of them was 5 cubits. They had each of them 2 wings stretched out as far as 5 cubits. Wherefore Solomon set them up not far from each other, that with one wing they might touch the southern wall of the secret place, and with another the northern. Their other wings, which joined to each other, were of covering to the ark, which was set between them. But nobody can tell or even conjecture what was the shape of these cherubims. He also laid the floor of the temple with plates of gold.
Nobody can see it but the high priest. Read on.
And he added doors to the gate of the temple, agreeable to the measure of the height of the wall, but in breadth 20 cubits. And of them he glued gold plates. And to say all in one word, he left no part of the temple, neither internal nor external, but what was covered with gold.
Wow. It goes back to your point that the Most High wants nothing but the highest caliber for us, but he also expects nothing but the highest caliber from us. He expects gold work out of it. He expects gold work. And if Christ is an extension or a similitude of what the temple was, he's expecting nothing but gold from us in the first place.
He's the image of the invisible power.
This is the expectation. No half-stepping, no half-assing, not giving just whatever the hell you want to give. He expects gold. Anyway, it just you can't get around this point. But keep going.
He also had curtains drawn over these doors in like manner as they were drawn over the inner doors of the most holy place.
Like I said, the curtains were around the entrance of the most holy place. After you open that door that had the 5 frames, you open that gold door, the double. Somebody there?
Yeah. Then like you said wrong, right?
Okay.
Lock the door.
Just lock it. Just close it. Just lock it. I should say, yeah.
It's crazy because like the world, how you guys are mentioning like equality, you know, what we're supposed to be putting into ourselves. The world teaches you how you're supposed to, you know, be accepted as you are.
Yeah.
Just accept you as you are. You know, that's what they say.
And not to judge me, and not to push me, and not to push me and accept me for whatever I want to bring. Let's just be cool, have fun. That's not the Most High. But that just shows you the degradation of this society. And how this whole society doesn't accept anything. They accept anything you want to bring to the table. There's no expectation, no demand, no nothing. Yes, sir.
That good vibe feeling that they keep talking about, is good vibe. All it is a no judge zone.
Yeah.
Just don't bring anything that's gonna influence.
Make me feel uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah.
And don't do or say anything that's gonna make me face me.
Exactly.
Let me feel good about me, and let's not talk and say and do anything that's going to force me to make a decision spiritually. It's going to challenge me to change myself. Yeah? But that's not Christ. That's not Christ at all. Anyway, let's continue.
He also had curtains drawn over these doors in like manner as they were drawn over the inner doors and the most holy place. But the porch of the temple had nothing of that sort.
So that those curtains weren't behind the opening of the porch going into the holy place. Just the Holy of Holies had that curtain, had that decorative work on the curtain. We're going to hold that now. Now we're going to jump Then we'll go back to the scriptures, and let's have you back reading. Give you a little break for a second. Let's jump to 1 Kings, chapter 7, verse 13 through 22. There's a reason I skipped 1 Kings chapter 7 verse 1 down, because 1 Kings chapter 7 verse 1 until you get to like 12 starts talking about Solomon's building and Solomon's house, and I want to save that for last, because it's crazy, because I guess 1 Kings 7 verse 1 to 12 starts talking about his layouts for his crib. Then it jumps back from 13 to 22 and talks about more about the temple. So I kind of want to stay on task with the temple, and then we'll double back to his house. Okay? Give me verse 13.
1 Kings chapter 7, verse 13. And King Solomon sent and fetched Hiram out of Tyre. He was a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali.
Now this is a different Hiram. This is a different Hiram. Okay? So initially, the king Hiram was the king. Hiram was the king of Tyre. He's the one that set up the situation with the wood. And we read in Chronicles chapter 2 about Solomon asking Hiram for an artificer who can carve this wood into the different shapes that we see was put into the temple, whether it was different images of cherubims, open flowers, and palm trees, right? So that was done. And that artificer, whose mother was of Dan, did that. Now we're dealing with a different artificer now that's going to deal with the brass work of the temple, the outer temple, and the pillars outside of the porch that was made of brass.
Boaz and all.
Jachin and Boaz. So now we're dealing with the brass work, and an artificer that dealt with brass on a high level. It's different. So give me verse 13 again.
Verse 13. And King Solomon sent and fetched Hiram out of Tyre. He was a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father was a man of Tyre, a worker in brass. And he was filled with wisdom and understanding and cunning to work all works in brass.
So he was a brass man. Read on.
And he came to King Solomon and wrought all his work.
So this man, Hiram, did all of the brass work of the temple. And we're going to explain all the brass work he was responsible for. Read on.
For he cast 2 pillars of brass of 18 cubits high apiece. And a line of 12 cubits did compass either of them about.
Okay.
And he made 2 chapters. Is there a chapter?
Yeah, no, chapiters.
And he made 2 chapiters of molten brass to set upon the tops of the pillars. The height of the one chapiter was 5 cubits, and the height of the other chapiter was 5 cubits.
Now what you're seeing is, if you go online, you'll see the image of this of these pillars, and the chapiters was what connected the 18 cubit part with the round part on top. So there was 3 parts of this pillar. You had just the staff part, then you had the chapiter, then you had the lily that was put on top. So the chapiter was that middle piece, and it was also surrounded with chains, and also, what was that thing? Chains and pomegranates, which were here at the bottom. Okay, the pomegranates connected the staff part to the chapiter. Okay, so let's keep going.
Verse 17. And nets of checker work.
And the nets was what you're seeing, those little black lines. They were the nets that were surrounding the chapiter. Read on.
And also that it says of checker work. But that's not, because a lot of times you look at the masons, a lot of people they use a checkerboard pattern. You know what I'm saying? And they say they got
smart guys, huh?
Yeah, those are smart guys, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Getting deep.
I'm getting deep because you know
deep with it, son.
On the Masonic floors has a checkerboard pattern. You know, they have their reasons for everything, but the Most High has Solomon putting this together through his skill and his wisdom.
Let's not forget, we read it last week, how Solomon was pulling out demons out of people and pulling out demons out of people's noses, it was for the good eye. Now, if people want to take that concept for the negative, cool.
That's on them.
That's on them. But Solomon was using, Most High Allah gave him the leverage to do what he did on the right hand side.
Right.
Until he went on the left. But that doesn't change the fact that these pseudo deep guys, they have nothing to do with what's going on.
Right. The Most High approved of that checkered pattern, man. That wasn't a demonic symbol, because our people are so superstitious. Anything looks to them as a reflection of, oh, y'all serving Satan, oh, y'all got this going on, or y'all got the 7 candlestick menorah, not the 9. Our people were looking for reasons to doubt, disbelieve, trip out. You know what I'm saying?
And they have this horn instead of the ram's horn.
Exactly. So our people would look at anything and say, well, that's a reason why not to believe.
What was that horn?
When it comes to them, I'm different.
That was the antelope. That's what it was, the antelope.
When it comes to point out issues that they got going on, issues, and you start scrutinizing them. Oh, that's different. Well, I was just a little boy. I was going through things in life.
They
have a lot of excuses when it comes to them, but they want to scrutinize others.
That happens all the time.
But that checker pattern, you got to be careful when you're dealing with Solomon, Hiram.
Yeah.
Because you got these whole foundational beliefs of pop culture, not even pop culture. This secret societies use some of this checkered pattern that you find in the temple for their knowledge sake.
Yep.
And celebrating their knowledge.
And a lot of nations bastardize whatever we do anyway.
Right.
They copy whatever we do. Music, culture, whatever we do, they copy and they do it their way. Country music, they do it their way. Rock and roll is horrible. We take it and it's heroin music now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We made it.
Rock and roll was actually okay back in the day.
Yeah, it was great music, but you know what? They take it and they put demons in it, and now it's crawling in. It's all, you know that song, right?
Yeah.
The slaves weren't singing that.
No, those weren't Negro spirituals.
Negro spirituals weren't singing that kind of music. They take what we create and they bastardize it. I get it. It's the same thing with most cultural things.
Yeah. All your knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just wanted to bring that out, man. Just 'cause sometimes people be, the checker pattern, that, y'all must be celebrating some Masonic stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with no Masons.
Because when you start getting with that Boaz and Jachin, because they were both given different names, and this is where all these knowledge heads want to come in with the little Freemason stuff. They do. Yeah. So we got to be aware of it. Let's keep going.
Okay, verse 17.
So here it goes right here, Shamshwan. They the checkerboard, they got the
checkerboard.
Boaz and the Jachin.
Yeah, exactly.
They really try to tap into that. But let's go.
And nets of checker work, verse 17. And wreaths of chain work for the chapiters which were upon the top of the pillars, 7 for the one chapiter and 7 for the other chapiter.
So there was 7 of those chains around that chapiter on both sides, on both pillars. Read on.
And he made the pillars in 2 rows round about upon the one network to cover the chapiters that were upon the top with pomegranates. And so did he for the other chapiter.
So the pomegranates was actually the base that connected the chapiter to the rest of the pillar at the bottom. Okay, read on.
Verse 19. And the chapiters that were upon the top of the pillars were of lily work.
And the item that was on top of the chapiter was the image of a lily. Now we also know scripturally what a lily is. The lily is the Most High's favorite flower. Hold that, 2 Ezra 5, verse 22 to 24. So you got the lily on top, the chapiter in the middle, then you have the rest of the brass work at the bottom. I'm sorry, lily. Then you got the chapiter with the chains, the 7 chains around it. Then you have the pomegranates that connect the base of the actual pillar.
And that chapter in the Strong's, it says the capital of a column, or the capital crown, or capital of a pillar. So it's like crown molding that you use, but it's the crown of the pillar is the chapter.
Okay. So let's keep going. Yes, give me that verse real quick.
Oh, which one do you want? 2nd
Ezra 5 and 22.
2nd Ezra chapter 5 and verse 22. And my soul recovered the spirit of understanding, and I began to talk with the Most High again, and said, O Yahweh that bearest rule, of every wood of the earth, and of all the trees thereof, thou hast chosen thee one only vine.
Listen, the Most High's favorite vine, the Most High's favorite tree is the cedar of Lebanon. That's why it was chosen to build in the temple, because that was the Most High's favorite tree, the cedars of Lebanon. Read on.
And of all lands of the whole world, thou hast chosen thee one pit.
Out of all the lands of the whole world, the Most High chose Israel to be the land of Canaan. That was his favorite piece of land in the entire world, the entire earth. This verse talks about the Most High's favorite things. So we got the favorite tree was the cedars of Lebanon. Favorite land was Israel. Read on.
And of all the flowers thereof, one lily.
The lily is the Most High's favorite flower. So this is why that lily is on the top of the pillar post on that lead that actually stabilizes, that's in front of the porch or the entryway of the actual temple. Okay, real quick, temple pillars. And we show, you see the porch, you see it right here in the front. These are the two images of the pillars right as you go into the porch area of the temple. This is the porch, this is the inner court, and outside of that is the greater court where everybody else could be. Everybody can be in the greater court. The priests were in the inner court. The specialized priests were in here, which were of the family of Eleazar, and then the high priest can go on the further back. It's just showing the different levels a man has to go to grow and to elevate and get close to the Most High. So we got that. We see those pillars there. And we go back to the image of the pillars. Now we're going to go to verse 21. We're good with that in Esdras. Let's go to verse 21, and he starts to explain the names of these pillars. Okay?
I didn't read verse 20.
Okay. You want to read verse 20?
No,
We'll read verse 20. I thought we did. I'm skipping.
Verse 20. And the chapiters upon the two pillars had pomegranates also above, over against the belly, which was by the network.
Exactly. So it was the base that connected the bottom of the chapiter to the rest of the pillar. Read on.
And the pomegranates were 200 in rows round about upon the other chapiter.
So there was 200 pomegranates in total on each pillar. 200 there, 200. So it was 100 a row.
Right.
Okay, it was 100 a row. Read on.
And he set up the pillars in the porch of the temple. And he set up the right pillar and called the name thereof Jachin.
The right pillar was Jachin, and Jachin means he shall establish. Jachin means he shall establish. Okay, read on.
Sorry. And he set up the left pillar and called the name thereof Boaz.
The left pillar is named Boaz, and it means in him is strength. So Boaz is in him is strength, and on the right, Jachin is he shall establish. And these are the foundations of the actual porch that leads into the temple. Everything is symbolic about our relationship and challenge to stabilize our spirit to even get closer to the Most High. He is our stability. He is our foundation. Well, we got that. Okay? Read on.
Verse 22. And upon the top of the pillars was lily work. So was the work of the pillars finished.
So now this guy Hiram, which was a Naphtaliite brass worker, he was able to manipulate the brass, set it up the way he was going to set it up. He's got the post, he's got the foundation, and that was the first thing that he actually got accomplished, which was the pillars. Okay, so hold that and go to. Hold on a second. There's a reason. Yeah, let's go to 1 Kings, chapter 7, verse 41 and 42, real quick. Because there's for some reason they jumped a lot when they were explaining these different aspects of the temple. So 1 Kings 7 verse 41 and 42.
Verse 41. The two pillars and the two bowls of the chapiters that were on the top of the two pillars, and the two networks to cover the two bowls of the chapiters, which were upon the top of the pillars, and 400 pomegranates for the 2 networks.
Like we said, it was 100 per row for 4 rows. Read on.
Even 2 rows of pomegranates for 1 network, to cover the 2 bowls of the chapiters that were upon the pillars.
Okay, so we're going to go through all the different consecrated parts of the Most High's temple. So we're going to let that go now and jump to 2 Chronicles chapter 3. Verse 15 through 17.
2 Chronicles chapter 3, verse 15.
Give me 1 second, so I have to kind of. 2 Chronicles 3, verse 15 through 17. Yes.
Verse 15. Also he made before the house 2 pillars of 30 and 5 cubits high, and the chapiter that was on the top of each of them was 5 cubits. And he made chains as in the oracle, and put them on the heads of the pillars, and made 100 pomegranates, and put them on the chains. And he reared up the pillars before the temple, one on the right hand, and the other on the left, and called the name of that on the right hand Jachin, and the name of that on the left Boaz.
Okay, so now we go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 3, paragraph 4.
Book 8, chapter 3, paragraph 4, page 217.
I'm ready. Is everybody ready? All right, let's go.
Now Solomon sent for an artificer out of Tyre, whose name was Hiram. He was by birth of the tribe of Naphtali, on the mother's side, for she was of that tribe. But his father was of the stock of the Israelites.
So he was an Israelite, but they couldn't determine, or they didn't know what tribe he was from, because like the woman, I guess she was widowed, so his father wasn't around, but he was an Israelite. Right on. So this was different than Hiram of Tyre, and then the other guy that did the artificing work, his mother was of Dan, but his father was of Tyre also. So let's keep going.
This man was skillful in all sorts of work, but his chief skill lay in working in gold, in silver, and brass, by whom were made all the mechanical works about the temple, according to the will of Solomon. Moreover, this Hiram made 2 hollow pillars, whose outsides were of brass, and the thickness of the brass was 4 fingers breadth.
4 fingers breadth was the thickness of it. It was hollow on the inside, but it was still thick. Read on.
Okay. And the height of the pillars was 18 cubits.
I don't know if you're measuring 4 fingers like this. How do you measure the 4
be like a
4
whip, right?
fingers?
We call that a span.
The 4 fingers.
Yeah.
4 fingers are like this. I don't know what is it.
That would be a span. A span is the width of your palm in a biblical measurement. That would be a span. A span is the palm.
What's the fingers? What the fingers got to do with it?
Hey,
Then?
they got to be the same span. Yeah.
Oh, right.
So it's like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Measures the same.
The line.
They did everything with the body. You
Yeah.
have all
And the
these
lines
pieces
is-
and stuff.
I don't understand it. So it was thick. It was this thick.
No, it would probably be this thick, this way, because this is considered a span, which they used to use.
Oh, you
also.
mean that way?
Yeah, they used to from this side to this side of your palm is called a span. So they would measure. It had to be the same span of
All around.
all around. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't get it if it was that. Okay, got it.
But
Because if it was like that, what would 4 do? Would it be the same?
Well, I didn't say it this way. I was like this way
Yeah.
or this way. Anyway, I
So
get
it was
it.
like a straight edge. You got the line here, the line here, the line right across.
Yeah.
Certain people got it like mechanically. I'd be like, huh? I was like, look at this. I don't get it. Everybody got different. I got to ask a lot of questions for it to sink in my head. But I'm with you.
It was 20. It was 28.
It was powerful, y'all.
Yeah.
It was powerful.
Yeah.
If you ain't got that, it was powerful. It was a spirit.
Yeah.
Grand mechanic work, y'all. I don't have the answer, but anyway, I'm with you. I'm with you. I believe you. What you're saying makes a lot more sense than what the hell I thought of. Let's keep going.
And the thickness of the brass was 4 fingers breadth. And the height of the pillars was 18 cubits.
Mm-hmm.
And their circumference 12
The
cubits.
circumference.
Oh, I'm sorry. And their circumference 12 cubits. There's a little footnote there.
Mm-hmm.
But there was cast with each of their chapiters lily work that stood upon the pillar,
That was on top. Right on.
and it was elevated 5 cubits. Round about which there was network interwoven with small palms made of brass, and covered the lily work. To this also were hung 200 pomegranates in 2 rows. The one of these pillars he set at the entrance of the porch on the right hand, and called it Jachin, and the other at the left hand, and called it Boaz.
Okay, so we got that. Now we're going to jump into the brazen sea and the labors of brass, and that's going to be 1 Kings chapter 7.
23.
23 through 40. And then 43 through 45. Let me change this up to 5, 6. All right. So let's do this next. Stretch it out. Ignore the Edomites on the picture, man. I had to show some type of scale to show how it looked at. Ignore Esau here.
It's an open source picture, man. It's free pictures.
It's free pictures, man. I gotta show people something now. Anyway, let's keep going.
First Kings chapter 7, verse 23. And he made a molten sea. And he made a molten sea, 10 cubits from the one brim to the other.
10 cubits from one brim to the other. Read on.
So what is the molten sea?
Okay. The molten sea is what was the water source used for the priest to wash their hands and clean their feet, to sit back and make sure they were clean at the temple. Matter of fact, before I show this, you have on the, look at this right here. The molten sea is still here at the bottom left-hand corner, or the bottom right-hand corner, and you're gonna see 5, it's really 10 total, but there are 10 lavers spread all throughout the temple that have rolling carts. So wherever the priest needed to use water for cleansing processes, it was there. You gotta understand, you're dealing with killing animals,
Right.
you're dealing with flesh hooks. This thing gets bloody, man. You know, with the killing animals, they had to be in a position where they could keep washing their hands and cleansing themselves on a daily basis. So the molten sea, the brazen sea was this water source that you would take and split up the water from this one water source and put into the other smaller water sources that you can travel and take the water to different parts of the temple where it needed to be
And
done.
also, it was a commandment that before you enter the temple, the holy place, you couldn't come in unless you wash your hands first.
Because there was a labor back in the day at the temple, but now this is a more organized situation. If you look at, these are an image of the water basins. Online, if you look online, these are the water basins that were filled with water, and you can push them around to different spots in the temple to make sure you clean yourself and make sure your hands were washed and your feet were washed and the whole nine. Okay? Now we're gonna go back to that image, but this is just where where it is. Now what would happen is you'd have this big molten sea of water, and what would end up happening is they would take the water from the big source, pass it down, and fill up the smaller containers. And travel them out. What's that?
No, my bad.
What you gonna say?
So the sea is just the quantity. It's just representation.
It's not a quantity. It's one
large,
big water source.
One large vat of water.
Yes.
Oh, that is literal.
It's a literal vat of water, and they would take the water from there and disperse it into the other smaller water
That's
basins.
a lot of water.
It is. It's going. I got the numbers on it.
Oh.
It is a lot of water. It's a lot of damn water in there.
Okay.
So now we're here. So read on from the top. I think it's verse 23.
Verse 23. And he made a molten sea, 10 cubits from the one brim to the other.
So from edge to edge is 10 cubits. Read on.
It was round all about, and his height was 5 cubits.
Okay.
and a line of 30 cubits did compass it round
I
about.
guess that's the area was 30 cubits. Read on.
On the circumference.
The circumference, yeah.
And under the brim of it round about, there were knops compassing it, 10 in a cubit compassing the sea round about. The knops were cast in 2 rows when it was cast.
So the knops are still that what was knops again?
It's a gorge or half circle wooden.
Yeah, like a shape, like a little
yeah.
indentation. Yeah. So hold that real quick. And let's
It's like when you got the top of the pillars on the 4 corners of your bed. If you got one of those sleigh beds and you got those knops on the ends, it's like those wooden caps on the end, or even at the end of stairways. They'll put those knops on the end of stairs, like wooden stairs.
The thing you screw in at the top?
Yeah, the little caps that you screw in.
Oh, okay.
They got the little half gourd shape.
Yep. So do me a favor, read Josephus real quick. It gives a pretty clean explanation, and then we'll go back in the scriptures and let it continue to go. So it's book 8, chapter 3, paragraph 5.
Page 217, paragraph 5. Solomon also cast a brazen sea, the figure of which was that.
So brazen sea, molten sea, the same thing. I just want to make sure I point out that difference. Read on.
Okay. The figure of which was that of an hemisphere.
Exactly.
The brazen vessel was called a sea for its largeness. For the laver was 10 feet in diameter, and cast of the thickness of a palm. Its middle part rested on a short pillar that had 10 spirals round it, and that pillar was 10 cubits in diameter. There stood round about it 12 oxen that looked to the 4 winds of heaven.
So you had 3 oxen looking east, 3 oxen looking west, north and south. Okay, read on.
3 to each wind, having their hinder parts depressed.
What it means is, even if you see in the picture, their backside is kind of slumped where it's carrying the molten sea. The upper part's kind of pushing, but the backside's kind of holding the weight of the image right there, of the actual molten sea. So the chest is kind of poking out, but the bottom half is kind of all attached and carrying the weight of this image. It is what it is. Read on.
That's so that hemispherical.
Don't tell me why Solomon wanted. I don't know why Solomon had oxen as the base of it. Besides the fact that the oxen are going to be sacrificed.
Oh, it could have represented the 12 tribes. You know.
I know why the 12. I just wonder why the oxen there.
Right.
Yeah, no doubt about 12, but I just don't know why there was oxen. Unless it's because what you see in another image is you got that brazen sea, and then right across the way is where them oxen are going to get killed and sacrificed. I don't know. I don't know.
Could represent strength. You know,
it's oxen carrying the sea, right?
Yeah, because that's what oxen does carrying.
Design concept. Because oxen were the strongest animals to carry whatever's going on.
And it's strength. Oxen, it does represent strength, because that's when in Ezekiel, when they had the angel with the four faces, and the ox was one, and the ox was strength, and
like
Allah, Kelly. Yeah, but also in Exodus chapter 30, go to Exodus chapter 30, verse 17. It wasn't that brazen sea wasn't a requirement even of the initial temple, but it was something that Solomon added on in addition to the permanent structure. It would have been hard to carry that thing around in the wilderness.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, 10 feet in diameter or 10 cubits in diameter. Read that right there.
That's huge, man.
Exodus chapter 30 and verse 17. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Thou shalt also make a laver of brass,
Go ahead.
and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar.
Go ahead.
And thou shalt put water therein.
Go ahead.
For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat.
Go ahead.
When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offerings made by fire unto the Most High.
Go
So
ahead.
they had to cleanse themselves whenever they went to the altar to make the sacrifice. The whole process. When the slaying of the animals was a process. The whole process. You had to clean yourself constantly and thoroughly. You had to have water.
You know, the Most High is not about you coming to Him filthy.
Huh?
You know, the Most High is not about you being filthy. It's significant. You know, that you can't come to the Most High polluted. And they said even the priests couldn't come to. They couldn't even do the work of the Most High polluted. The service of the Most High being polluted.
Mm-hmm.
And so that has a lot of significance to it, because that means that you gotta keep yourself clean when you're doing the work of the Most High.
Yeah.
Read on.
So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. And it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations.
Because you know what, the Most High is not about pollution. He's not about contamination. If you're contaminated, and then you have a contaminated element about you, both physically and mentally, the Most High is not dealing with you. You know, the Most High is not about being unclean. So, and it's the priests, but it's also the regular people. Just another example of that.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Deuteronomy 23 real quick. Go to Deuteronomy 23. We'll get the point. Okay, start at verse 10.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 10.
Read that.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness.
So if this man, even if seed or semen, sperm came out of this man, or whatever it may be, it says, if any man be unclean by reason of his uncleanness, read on.
That chanceth him by night,
which we know what that is. The man got a wet dream of whatever sort. Read on.
Then shall he go abroad out of the camp.
And do what?
He shall not come within the camp.
So go ahead. So if that seed just came out of that man, he said that man can't just come into the camp. Read on.
But it shall be, when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water.
And he shall wash himself with what?
With water.
So this is not just a priest. This is any man. The Most High wants every man to be clean that's coming to him. Read.
And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt have a place also without the camp.
Now he's going to explain what this other place is for. Read on.
Whither thou shalt go forth abroad, and thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon.
A paddle is a small shovel. Go ahead.
And it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad.
So when you use the bathroom, you're not supposed to be using the bathroom around the congregation. Read on.
Thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back, and cover that which cometh from thee.
Right, go ahead.
For the Most High thy power walketh in the midst of thy camp.
And what does the Most High do if he see your crap that's supposed to be in the ground, on top of the ground?
He wants to deal with that, bro.
To deliver thee. What? Go ahead.
And to give up thine enemies before thee.
Read on.
Therefore shall thy camp be holy.
Go ahead.
That he see no unclean thing.
That he see no what?
No unclean thing.
So the Most High, as he's in the midst of us as the children of Israel, if the Most High identifies anything unclean about you, read on.
And turn away from thee.
He'll do what?
Turn away from thee.
The Most High is not dealing with foolishness, uncleanness, filthiness, pollution, anything that's unclean. The Most High is not dealing with it. He's going to depart, and his presence shall no longer be there. So if you want the Most High's presence with you, as a man or a woman, or you want the Most High's presence within your home, or if you want the Most High present within your spirit, it goes back to cleaning. You got a lot of cleaning to do. The Most High is not dealing with no foolishness, no filthiness. He's not doing it. So that's why it's that brass laver, that laver that you wash yourself, that's symbolic of me being conscious of I can't pollute or contaminate myself on a physical level or a spiritual level or a mental level. That's why you got to watch what you listen to in the music. That's why you got to watch what you got on TV. Because all these things contaminate the thought process, both inside and out. So the Most High's not, his presence will no longer be there or dwell with us as a people if we're inviting pollution in amongst our life. Same thing he says in Ecclesiastes. Go here real quick, you let that go. Go to Ecclesiastes chapter 34, verse 25. In Apocrypha. Ecclesiastes chapter 34, verse 25.
Ecclesiastes chapter 34, verse 25. He that washeth himself after touching of a dead body.
So even a dead body, you touch a dead body, it makes you unclean. Read on.
If he touch it again.
If he touch it again, read on.
What availeth his washing?
Why? This is an analogy of if you're doing things that constantly contaminate you. If you wash yourself to purify yourself from indulging in things that are polluted, he said, what good is it if you go back and touch it again? Right? Read on.
So is it with the man that fasteth for his sins.
So it's the same thing as saying, if I'm telling the Most High, I'm gonna change. I'm not gonna be this way anymore. I'm gonna be a new man or a new woman. I'm not gonna go back to the world doing the things that I was doing in the world, contaminating myself, polluting myself, because we know that the Most High's presence will depart from you. If so, he says, so shall it be with the man that what?
That fasteth for his sins.
So I'm praying and asking the Most High for forgiveness. Read on.
And goeth again and doeth the same.
But I'm going back to the same way I was before in the world. Then it shows the Most High that there's no repentance, that there's no change, that I'm really not about trying to clean myself up. Read on.
Who will hear his prayer?
The Most High is not hearing your prayers. Read on.
Or what doth his humbling profit him?
Or what good is it you humbling yourself if you're going to go right back to the same lifestyle? So what these brass lavers represent is me cleaning myself up, and I'm reminding myself that in order to have the Most High's presence, I got to remain clean at all times. I got to stay washed at all times. And that's just it's not a temporary thing. It's an everyday thing.
It's every day.
It's an everyday thing. It's a daily thing.
Got it.
All right.
Wash his hands.
It's consistently.
It's consistent.
All day. The number of animals that are being sacrificed,
Right.
you're constantly getting bloody, you're constantly getting dirty. It's constantly washing clean.
So we just kept missing the intent. The inward part. Spoke of the
It's
ceremony.
even on that end, it's just the constant process of cleaning and maintenance yourself. It never stops.
Yeah, but we missed it.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's keep going. Let's finish
parts
off in
first.
the Josephus real quick, and then we'll go back in the scriptures. The paragraph 5, and then we'll want to get the majority of Kings out the way.
3 to each wind. We're page 217, the end of paragraph 5. 3 to each wind, having their hinder parts to press, that so the hemispherical vessel might rest upon them, which itself was also depressed round about inwardly. Now this sea contained 3,000 baths.
Now, Josephus says 3,000 baths. The Bible says 2,000 baths. So we're going to stick with the scriptures. Hold that and go to 1 Kings 7. And let's finish off. Let's get, I think it was verse 25, right? Was that it?
25, sir.
Yeah.
1 Kings chapter 7, verse 25. It stood upon 12 oxen, 3 looking toward the north, and 3 looking toward the west, and 3 looking toward the south, and 3 looking toward the east. And the sea was set above upon them, and all their hinder parts were inward.
Like Josephus said, their hinder parts were depressed and sunk down. Okay, like it was that they were carrying the burden of this molten sea. Read on.
And it was an handbreadth thick, and the breadth there.
That's a whole. That's bigger than the 4-finger breadth, right? Anyway, I'm just asking. Read on.
And it was a handbreadth thick, and the brim thereof was wrought like the brim of a cup with flowers of lilies.
Mm-hmm.
It contained 2,000 baths.
Now, 2,000 baths. I got the breakdown here. If you look online, 2,000 baths equals 11,623 gallons of water. 11,000 gallons of water, man. That's a lot of damn baths. 2,000 baths equals 11,623 gallons of water. That was in that big basin.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's a lot of damn water that had to get obviously replenished on a consistent basis. Anyway, so let's keep going.
Verse 27. And he made 10 bases of brass. 4 cubits was the length of one base, and 4 cubits the breadth of thereof.
So now he made He said he made 10 bases of brass. In the image online, you see 5 on one side, 5 on the other. And as the priest needed, they can go to this source and get the water from it. Now listen, before we show the basins, you have to see the brazen sea. They was bringing all the little waters out here to get filled up from that big water foundation. So all of them were filled from the molten sea. The waters were transferred down to these basins. And now we have these water basins. Read on.
Verse 27. And he made 10 bases of brass. 4 cubits was the length of one base, and 4 cubits the breadth thereof, and 3 cubits the height of it.
So it's 4 by 4 by 3. Read on.
And the work of the bases was on this manner. They had borders, and the borders were between the ledges. And on the borders that were between the ledges were lions, oxen, and cherubims.
Lions, oxen, and cherubims were on this side. Lions, oxen, and cherubims. Read on.
And upon the ledges, there was a base above, and beneath the lions and oxen were certain additions made of thin work.
Okay.
And every base had 4 brazen wheels, and plates of brass, and the 4 corners thereof had undersetters. Under the laver were undersetters molten at the side of every addition.
Okay.
And the mouth of it within the chapiter and above was a cubit, but the mouth thereof was round after the work of the base, a cubit and a half. And also upon the mouth of it were gravings with their borders 4 square, not round.
You can see at the top of it, it was like a round base around the entire water laver up top. Okay. Read on.
And under the borders were 4 wheels, and the axle trees of the wheels were joined to the base. And the height of a wheel was a cubit and a half cubit. And the work of the wheels was like the work of a chariot wheel. Their axle trees and their naves and their felloes and their spokes were all molten. And there were 4 undersetters to the 4 corners of one base, and the undersetters were of the very base itself. And in the top of the base was there a round compass of half a cubit high. And on the top of the base the ledges thereof and the borders thereof were of the same. For on the plates of the ledges thereof and on the borders thereof he graved cherubims, lions, and palm trees.
So on the other side there was cherubims, lions, and palm trees. So on one side was the lions, oxen, and cherubims. The other ones were cherubims, lions, and palm trees. Read on.
According to the proportion of every one, and additions round about. After this manner he made the 10 bases. All of them had 1 casting, 1 measure, and 1 size.
Read on.
Then made he 10 lavers of brass. 1 laver contained 40 baths.
Okay, so each one of those 10 lavers held 40 baths. Read on. Let's go look it up. I get the mathematics.
So 1
40 baths.
bath is what?
It's 1 bath. Well, 40 baths is 232 gallons.
Oh.
So each one of those 10 had 232 gallons
That's
in
still a
the
lot.
bath.
That's still a lot of water.
Hell yeah, it is. That's a hell of a listen, 232 gallons. That's why you had the little push cart.
Yeah, your vehicle only take about 20 gallons of gas. You know what I'm saying? You can imagine
That's crazy.
232 gallons.
And you're pushing that, bro.
That's heavy.
Yes, it is. So there we go. 232 gallons. Read on.
He graved cherubims, lions, and palm trees. Middle of verse 36. According to the proportion of every one, and additions round about. After this manner he made the 10 bases. All of them have 1 casting, 1 measure, and 1 size. Then made he 10 lavers of brass. 1 laver contained 40 baths. And every laver was 4 cubits, and upon every one of the 10 bases 1 laver. And he put 5 bases on the right side of the house, and 5 on the left side of the house. And he set the sea on the right side of the house eastward over against the south.
And so it explained it. 5 on one side, 5 on the other side, and the molten sea was south or east, southeast. Okay, because going that direction was east. This side where the altar was and where the molten sea was, that was east, so it was southeast. Okay. Water basin. Well, I think we got basins. Read verse 43 to 45 now. We read about the pillars earlier. Read on.
You know, 40.
Oh, Slakia. 40.
And Hiram made the lavers and the shovels and the basins. So Hiram made an end of doing all the work that he made King Solomon for the house of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 43. And the 10 bases, and 10 lavers on the bases, and 1 sea, and 12 oxen under the sea, and the pots and the shovels and the basins, and all these vessels which Hiram made to King Solomon for the house of the Most High were of bright brass.
Okay. Hold that.
Oh man.
Hold that and jump to 2 Chronicles chapter 4 verse 1 through 15.
That's a good distinction.
The bright brass.
Because you know how they say in Revelations, the burnt brass.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that means they used to be yellow. No, there's a difference between white brass and burnt brass.
Huh? Huh? No, you're good. It is. I'm just trying to make sure I'm staying on point with this. So let's get 2 Chronicles 4 verse 1 through 15. We're just going to run through it.
2 Chronicles chapter 4 verse 1. Moreover, he made an altar of brass, 20 cubits the length thereof, and 20 cubits the breadth thereof, and 10 cubits the height thereof. Also he made a molten sea of 10 cubits from brim to brim, round in compass, and 5 cubits the height thereof, and a line of 30 cubits did compass it round about. And under it was the similitude of oxen which did compass it round about, 10 in a cubit, compassing the sea round about. 2 rows of oxen were cast when it was cast. It stood upon 12 oxen, 3 looking toward the north, and 3 looking toward the west, and 3 looking toward the south, and 3 looking toward the east, and the sea was set above upon them. And all their hinder parts were inward, and the thickness of it was an handbreadth, and the brim of it like the work of the brim of a cup, with flowers of lilies, and it received and held 3,000 baths. He also
Now
made...
this one says 3,000 baths. The other one, King said 2,000 baths. So we're going to do 3,000 baths and see what the number is.
Right.
3,000 baths is 17,000 gallons. 17,435,000 gallons. But let's just keep going. It is what it is.
Verse 6. He made also 10 lavers and put 5 on the right hand and 5 on the left, to wash in them. Such things as they offered for the burnt offering they washed in them, but the sea was for the priest to wash in. And he made 10 candlesticks of gold according to their form, and set them in the temple, 5 on the right hand and 5 on the left. He made also 10 tables, and placed them in the temple, 5 on the right side and 5 on the left. And he made 100 basins of gold. Furthermore, he made the court of the priests, and the great court, and the doors for the court, and overlaid the doors of them with brass. And he set the sea on the right side of the east end over against the south. And Hiram made the pots and the shovels and the basins. And Hiram finished the work that he was to make for King Solomon for the house of the Most High. To wit, the 2 pillars and the pommels and the chapiters which were on the top of the 2 pillars, and the 2 wreaths to cover the 2 pommels of the chapiters which were on the top of the pillars, and 400 pomegranates on the 2 wreaths, 2 rows of pomegranates on each wreath to cover the 2 pommels of the chapiters.
Finish the chapter. Finish the 22.
Which were upon the pillars. He made also bases and lavers made he upon the bases, 1 sea and 12 oxen under it. The pots also, and the shovels, and the flesh hooks, and all their instruments did Huram his father make to King Solomon for the house of the Most High of bright brass. In the plain of Jordan did the king cast them in the clay ground between Succoth and Zariah.
So that was the place that he used to cast the vessels, the shovels, all the works of brass. He said he did it. He used it to cast in the clay of the ground. Because my thought process was, how did he cast a mold big enough for that laver? You know, how did he cast a mold large enough? So usually what they do is you got it out of clay. You make the cast, but the clay got to be hard enough to handle liquid metal. You know what I'm saying? You're heating up this brass to where it's liquefied. So whatever the casting element that he's using, the clay that he's using, it has to be cured hard enough and sealed hard enough to where you could actually pour some hot brass in this cast and then let it cure or cool, and then polish it up. You know, after it cures, you have to go back in and polish it. So I mean, that had to be even the cast alone to cast these braising vessels, all these bowls. That cast had to be huge. I mean, you had to dig that out, and somebody had to hand shape that cast, that pottery vessel, and then burn that underground to harden it, to seal it, and then be able to pour the hot metal into it. I mean, the process alone, but when you think about casting metal, even that process alone is difficult.
The process of preparation.
Right. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not like he just took some metal and banged it with some hammers. He had to pour that metal into a cast. That cast was skillful to create within itself. Yeah, man. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work put into these vessels. But it shows you that when you look at the finished product, how beautiful the finished product is. You know what I'm saying? But if we all understand the significance of this, they're just showing you that in order to bring out the best of your spirit, it's going to take a lot of work. It's a lot of work involved in order to bring out the best of your spirit in the eyes of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? To bring forth the best of you as a person, it's going to take work, man. Read.
Verse 17. In the plain of Jordan did the king cast them, in the clay ground between Succoth and Zaratath. Thus Solomon made all these vessels in great abundance, for the weight of the brass could not be found out.
Damn. It tells you that it didn't matter. He had the vision of wanting it. He had an idea of what he wanted it to look like. He didn't care about the materials. He just knows this is what I want it to look like. Whatever amount of brass you got to give to it. But remember also
money
David.
Is no object.
Yeah, but David also had that in the storehouse too.
He had a whole bunch of brass. Yeah, he had to think about none of that.
Yeah, he didn't have to think about the weight of it, the cost of it. He just knew that I want it to look like this.
That's what you kill the Ammonites for.
Yeah.
That's what you going through all those wars for, man. For the abundance.
Yep. Read on.
What verse we at?
We're at verse 19, sir.
Okay. And Solomon made all the vessels that were of the house of the Most High, the golden altar also, and the tables whereon the showbread was set. Moreover, the candlesticks with their lamps, that they should burn after the manner before the oracle of pure gold.
So they made the golden candlesticks that would burn all day long, 10 of them total. Read on.
And the flowers and the lamps and the tongues made he of gold, and that perfect gold.
It wasn't just regular, it was perfect gold, it was pure gold.
Yeah.
Jeez. Read on.
And the snuffers and the basins and the spoons and the censers of pure gold, and the entry of the house, the inner doors thereof for the most holy place, and the doors of the house of the temple were of gold.
Okay, now we go back. We go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 8, chapter 3, paragraph 6. We're going to knock out 6 and 7, and then we're going to do a little bit more in Kings and shut it down after that. I want to do at least the beginning part of 1 Kings chapter 7 to explain a little bit about his house, Solomon's house. That'll be the last thing. But let's get paragraph 6 and 7, and then we'll jump back to that.
Okay. Book 8, chapter 3, page 217, paragraph 6.
Power through the reading. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
He also made 10 brazen bases for many quadrangular lavers. The length of every one of these bases was 5 cubits, and the breadth 4 cubits, and the height 6 cubits. This vessel was partly turned, and was thus contrived. There were 4 small quadrangular pillars that stood one at each corner. These had the sides of the base fitted to them on each quarter. They were parted into 3 parts. Every interval had a border fitted to support the laver, upon which was engraven in one place a lion, and in another place a bull and an eagle. The small pillars had the same animals engraven that were engraven on the sides. That eagle's supposed to be a cherubim. Right?
Cherubim, exactly.
Line 83.
And what it's also saying is that obviously the construction on the inside, which you can't really see, was established to carry. It was to carry that weight. So there was obviously construction on the inside able to carry that water to sustain it. Okay, well, let's keep going.
Line 83. The whole work was elevated and stood upon 4 wheels, which were also cast, which had also naves and felloes, and were 1.5 feet in diameter. Anyone who saw the spokes of the wheels, how exactly they were turned and united to the side.
It was spinning. It was spinning. It was spinners. He riding spinners.
Yeah, he was riding on 36s, man.
That's hilarious. Yeah, they were 36s. Those big boys. Read on.
And united to the sides of the bases, and with what harmony they agreed to the fellows, will wonder at them.
You know how people
They were shiny. They were
you know how
shiny,
people
bro.
like spokes, bro. Forget gold datings, bro.
That's
They go
awesome.
gold datings, they got nothing on these.
That's hilarious.
Pokers.
Polkas?
Yeah.
That's an awesome word. Let's keep going.
However, their structure was this. Certain shoulders of hands stretched out held the corners above, upon which rested a short spiral pillar that lay under the hollow part of the laver, resting upon the forepart of the eagle and the lion, or cherubim, which were adapted to them, insomuch that those who viewed them would think they were of one piece. Between these were engravings of palm trees. This was the construction of the 10 bases. What is the significance of it seems like most I didn't like seams to be seen.
Because it looks like it's a shoddy work, I would imagine. It has to be synchronized and connected. Read on.
This was the construction of the 10 bases. Line 85. He also made 10 large round brass vessels, which were the lavers themselves, each of which contained 40 baths. For it had its height 4 cubits, and its edges were as much distant from each other. He also placed these lavers upon the 10 bases that were called mechanon. And he set 5 of the lavers on the left side of the temple, which was the side towards the north wind, and as many on the right side towards the south, but looking towards the east. The same eastern way he also set the sea. Now he appointed the sea to be for washing the hands and the feet of the priests when they entered into the temple and were to ascend the altar, but the lavers to cleanse the entrails of the beasts that were to be burnt offerings with their feet also.
So the lavers were also to cleanse the actual offerings and the insides of the beast before you actually sat back here and offered it. And that's why you need so much water. That makes sense. Paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7. He also made a brazen altar whose length was 20 cubits, and its breadth the same, and its height 10, for the burnt offerings. He also made all its vessels of brass, the pots and the shovels and the basins, and besides these the snuffers and the tongues, and all its other vessels he made of brass.
So everything was upgraded. The only thing that was sent and brought over and kept was the ark. Everything else was just redone. They just revamped everything. The altar got replaced. Everything was done. Read on.
And such brass as was in splendor and beauty like gold. Wow.
That's quality brass, huh?
The king also dedicated a great number of tables, but one that was large and made of gold, upon which they set the loaves of the Most High.
Showbread.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And he made 10,000 more that resembled them, but were done after another manner, upon which lay the vials and the cups. Those of gold were 20,000. Those of silver were 40,000. He also made 10,000 candlesticks, according to the command of Moses. One of which,
a lot of candlesticks. But keep going.
One of which he dedicated for the temple, that it might burn in the daytime, according to the law. And one table with loaves upon it, on the north side of the temple, over against the candlestick. For this he set on the south side, but the golden altar stood between them. All these vessels were contained in that part of the holy house, which was 40 cubits long, and were before the vow of that most secret place wherein the ark was to be set.
Okay. So, paragraph 8 kind of talks about the dishes and the. Let's read it. Paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8. The king also made pouring vessels in number 80,000, and 100,000 golden vials, and twice as many silver vials of golden dishes, in order therein to offer kneaded fine flour at the altar. There were 80,000, and twice as many of silver, of large basins also, wherein they mixed fine flour with oil, 60,000 of gold, and twice as many of silver. Of the measures like those which Moses called the hin, and the asaron, a 10th deal, there were 20,000 of gold, and twice as many of silver. The golden censers, in which they carried the incense to the altar, were 20,000. The other censers, in which they carried fire from the great altar to the little altar within the temple, were 50,000. The sacerdotal garments, which belonged to the high priest, with the long robes and the oracle and the precious stones, were 1,000. But the crown upon which Moses wrote the name of the Most High was only one, and hath remained to this very day. He also made 10,000 sacerdotal garments of fine linen, with purple girdles for every priest, and 200,000 trumpets according to the command of Moses. Also 200,000 garments of fine linen for the singers that were Levites. And he made musical instruments, and such as were invented for singing of hymns, called nablé and sinreye, psalteries and harps, which were made of electrum, the finest brass, 40,000.
He decked this place up. Was
It's
fire.
ridiculous, man. That's crazy.
That's crazy, Adam. So this is, in a nutshell, how the temple was made. And you know what? Let me see.
The vibrations of it.
Con. Let's do paragraph 9.
Paragraph 9. Solomon made all these things for the honor of the Most High, with great variety and magnificence, sparing no cost, but using all possible liberality in adorning the temple. And these things he dedicated to the treasures of the Most High. He also placed a partition.
Hold on, stop right there, because he says, when it came to what Solomon gave to the Most High, he said that he spared no cost.
God.
He says, but using all possible liberalities in adorning the temple. So it just shows you that when you're doing something as an obligation or commitment to the Most High, do you pitch pennies when it's time to give to the Most High, or do you just give crumbs? You know what I'm saying? Or do you give all what you got, and you don't pitch your pennies as crumbs? But
Yeah.
are you actually not looking at or caring about, you know,
How much is gonna set you back?
yeah, I won't be cheap when it's time to offer my offerings to the Most High, but I'll make sure when it's time for me to give me what I need for what I
Max
want,
out.
I'll max my. There's no budget, because a lot of us we don't mind going over budget if it's something that we want, but when it comes to actually giving to the work of the Most High, we're very scrutinous and critical of that. It just shows you that Solomon, when the Most High said he loves a cheerful giver, it shows you that Solomon had that mind frame. They didn't care about when it came to the temple. He gave whatever it cost and whatever was needed. He didn't hold back, and that's something that we gotta, make mention of right here. And all of us, when it comes to serving the Most High, we can't hold back, man. That shouldn't be something that we're trying to reserve when it comes to the giving of the Most High. We should want to give the best and deliver the best of what we have to offer. Both not in just money. It's not about your money, because we know Most High only require a tenth, a tithe. But it's about your energy, your effort, your mind, your thoughts, your commitment, what you have to give. And we just got to take a minute to acknowledge that.
Good.
Did you want it real quick?
No, let's just go. Let's just go.
Huh. He also placed a partition round about the temple, which in our tongue we call Geison. Geison?
Guys,
Right. But it is called
Threegus. Yes.
Threegus by the Greeks. And he raised it up to the height of 3 cubits. And it was for the exclusion of the multitude from coming into the temple.
So this is what you're dealing with here in the temple. That's the outer court, is what he's saying. He put a wall to separate the inner court from the outer court. Now what you're gonna find out during the time of Herod, he made the greater court, or the outer court, larger and bigger than this one. But he made that outer court really small. And pretty much for non-Levites and non-priests, you was going to kick it on the outside and the outer court. The inner court was for the priest. Okay, read on.
And it was for the exclusion of the multitude from coming into the temple, and showing that it was a place that was free and open only for the priests.
It cut off everybody that just wanted to be there for the hell of being there. And it was just for the priests, so there was an outer court for everybody else.
Ain't no Lord around here.
There's no Lord, no hand, no panhandling. Exactly. no playing dice.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Make it casual. Make it Chris that casual vibration.
Well, that they ended up doing by the time Christ got there. When he was whipping asses in the temple. Because they were sitting out here gambling, they was making merchandise in the temple.
It's that casual.
No gravity.
But let's keep going.
Line 96. He also built beyond this court a temple, the figure of which was that of a quadrangle, and erected for it great and broad cloisters. This was entered into by very high gates, each of which had its front exposed to one of the four winds, and were shut by golden doors. Into this temple all the people entered that were distinguished from the rest by being pure.
It's crazy. So they separated the inner court from the outer court, and that represented pureness. When you sit back here and go into this inner court, you're pure. You're taking the Most High serious. The outer court was everybody that was still trying to figure it out. That's really what it was, right? Yep. Read on.
And observant of the laws. But he made that temple which was beyond this a wonderful one indeed, and such as exceeds all description in words. Nay, if I may so say, is hardly believed upon sight. For when he had filled up great valleys with earth, which on account of their immense depth could not be looked on when you bend it down to see them without pain, and had elevated the ground 400 cubits, he made it to be on a level with the top of the mountain on which the temple was built. And by this means, the utmost temple, which was exposed to the air, was even with the temple itself.
Wait, okay. I want to. It says, for when he had filled up great valleys with earth.
Right.
So he had to fill up the foundation before you could even stack the mounds on it. He had to establish enough dirt to pack it to even get the stones to get high on the property. Let me see.
That's crazy.
Like here, where he had to raise it up with dirt and mounds to stack it to get it level enough to where you can start stacking the stones on top. Okay, that's what I think it is. Obviously, the land wasn't even enough when he first started establishing it because it was a big hill. Let me see. It was a big hill going downward. He had to stack and raise it up high enough just to establish the temple. Now this temple right here, just so you know, that's Herod's temple. That wasn't Solomon's. You see how big that court was, That was done in that little walkway. That was done when Herod expanded it out. But it wasn't that big at the time when Solomon did it. It was smaller. And you can tell by, not this one. You can tell by how he sat back here and expanded area, made it so much wider. But Solomon's was smaller and more just about the people. But don't forget, Herod was trying to impress the Romans and Edomites and other nations.
Right.
He had pool. He had an area for the ladies, a pool, a Gentile area. He made it all studio.
But you know what?
He made the Hollywood version of it.
Yeah, but being a Gentile himself,
you gonna do it that way.
It made sense that he would make the Gentile court bigger.
Exactly.
Being that he's a Gentile.
God,
so
exactly.
you know that made more sense, bro.
Mm-hmm. Solomon wasn't like that. Was that?
It's crazy because to measure the wind like that, it was like an anometer or something like that.
I don't
to have that much precision. Well, it said he had to make it. He made it level with the wind itself.
That's what I want to read that again.
Oh, okay.
He says, for when he filled up great valleys with earth, which on account, are you there? Of their immense depth. Read on.
All right. Could not be looked on when you bend it down to see them, without pain, and had elevated the ground 400 cubits. He made it to be on a level with the top of the mountain on which the temple was built, and by this means the utmost temple, which was exposed to the air, was even with the temple itself.
It says the outmost temple was even with the temple itself.
Right, so to be able to get
It has a footnote at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm also going to read that right there. Read the footnote real quick.
When Josephus here says that the floor of the outmost temple or court of the Gentiles was with vast labor raised to be even or of equal height with the floor of the inner or court of the priest, he must mean this in a gross estimation only. For he and all others agree that the inner temple or court of the priest was a few cubits more elevated than the middle court and the court of Israel, and that much more was the court of the priest elevated several cubits above the outmost court, since the court of Israel was lower than the one and higher than the other.
Yes, that's true. There was different levels to the height of it. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. He made it to be on a level with the top of the mountain on which the temple was built. And by this, all he's saying is he elevated the land around it so that you couldn't tell or feel the difference in height and elevation. You had stairs.
Precision measurement.
It was definitely precision measurement. Where you didn't feel that imbalance the further it was expanded out to, I guess.
You know how you walk into people's house and you're going up here, then
you feel that scale and you feel that slope.
Down,
Everything was lined up properly. I get that. Let's keep going. So
line 98. He encompassed this also with the building of a double row of cloisters, which stood on high upon pillars of native stone, while the roofs were of cedar and were polished in a manner proper for such high roofs. But he made all the doors of this temple of silver.
He made the doors of this temple of silver. He said cloisters. He encompassed this. So he made, he made the outer court of silver. It was the outer court. The outer court doors were of silver. The inner court was of gold. So the outer was of silver. That makes sense. Okay, we're going to let that go. But go back to 1 Kings chapter 7, verse 1. Verse 1 down to 12. And this kind of explains the building of Solomon's house. Because after he had did all the details with, the temple, which took 7 years, his house took longer than that. I think 13 or 14 years? 13 years, yes. It's 1 Kings chapter 7, verse 1 through 12. Yeah, his took 13 years. Let me just show the pictures of it too. So just so we know, before we go into it, this was okay. So we're looking at the city of David when David was in control. We know up top was elevated in a way. You see how there's another layer that kind of goes around it.
Yeah, another
and it's lower than the initial area. Now it kind of makes sense how much dirt Solomon would have had to have raised up this to even out the land that was up top. And I think that's what was explained in Josephus we just read, how he had to elevate this land or elevate the dirt in order to get the outer court to look at the same height as the inner courts and the eventual temple. I think that's what they meant. But back to the point, you had the city of David was here. All this other land was construction property. Up top was where the priest's house was, where the temple was. Now we're going to go into where Solomon's part of his house was. There it goes. This is it. Now this map kind of explains how Solomon's crib was set up. from here at the bottom part, this is where the city of David was set up, at the bottom. Now you have this entry into Solomon's area, and you go around this little road. This takes you to the court, the outer court, then the inner court, then the temple. And this land was what was the money was put into leveling out and evening out all that land, so it was one space. And that's common construction now, but they were setting a precedent, obviously, back at the time. So this is the roadway to the temple. This is the roadway to the man's house right here. And this is an exit door that exited a wall that was on the side. Okay, so let's get chapter 7, verse 1.
1 Kings chapter 7, verse 1. But Solomon was building his own house 13 years, and he finished all his house.
So after the Most High got his, the temple was set up and laid up, then it was his time to put his crib together. Was that?
That's awesome, that just the fact that he waited.
The Most High put his first, then he got his. And his took a long time because he had more parts to his house. Okay, read on.
Verse 2. He built also the house of the forest of Lebanon.
So the first thing he built was the house of the forest of Lebanon. And that's right here. Sounds weird, right? But it was the house of the forest of Lebanon. And that's what you entered. And that was the first thing you saw when you went into Solomon's compound.
Is that the ninth one?
No, that wasn't the Babylon. That wasn't the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. But
No.
you know, but the temple itself, I mean, was in amazement, even to where, you know, you could see how the Queen of Sheba was starstruck.
Yep.
And she was in awe when she saw the magnificence of the temple and all the amount of individuals and the servants that Solomon had at his disposal operating the temple on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? It was an amazement to a queen of a whole country, of a whole nation of people. It wasn't that the Queen of Sheba was no slouch in wealth as well, but for what she saw Solomon doing was on a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying?
So we're going to let's kind of talk about this real quick. So let's read on about this house of Lebanon.
Okay.
The house of the forest of Lebanon. Read on.
He built also the house of the forest of Lebanon.
This wasn't where he slept at. This is a separate compound that was established as soon as you entered into his complex. Read on.
The length thereof was 100 cubits, and the breadth thereof 50 cubits, and the height thereof 30 cubits.
You see how this would be confusing if you would have read this as we're reading about the temple? It would have kind of threw your mind off. Okay, but let's keep going.
Upon 4 rows of cedar pillars, with cedar beams upon the pillars, and it was covered with cedar above upon the beams. They lay on 45 pillars, 15 in a row. And there were windows in 3 rows, and light was against light in 3 ranks. And all the doors and posts were square, with the windows, and light was against light in 3 ranks. Then he made a porch of pillars. The length thereof was 50 cubits, and the breadth thereof 30 cubits. And the porch was before them.
Now listen, before we go on to the porch is second. The first part is the house of Lebanon, and then I'm just going to read about this briefly. It said one of the buildings included in the complex of Solomon's palace in Jerusalem probably served as the entrance to the king's palace, which it was. The building was named for its cedar pillars, which were imported from Mount Lebanon and resembled a forest. Then it says, scholars have sought to explain the function and the primary purpose of the house. Several scholars maintain that the house served as a royal guardhouse, containing rooms used as arsenals. This is attested by 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 17 through 21. You might as well read that. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 17 through 21. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 17 through 21.
Verse 17. And he made 300 shields of beaten gold. 3 pounds of gold went to 1 shield, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon.
So these shields of beaten gold were put into the house of Lebanon, this house of Lebanon that we're talking about right now. That's why I said that it was probably a place where it was a royal guard house where armaments and weaponry was put in here, of weaponry of high value. Okay? Because if I'm not mistaken, when Rehoboam came into power and they were sinning, the first thing the Egyptians did was came in and took all the gold from the house of Lebanon, man. And it said that Rehoboam's men were using brass shields after all the gold got taken from the damn house of Lebanon.
Copper or brass?
It was copper. It was copper.
Copper.
It was
Yeah,
copper.
copper.
They went from gold to copper.
It's embarrassing.
It was embarrassing, but he was an idiot too. But anyway, so that's where we're at. Read on.
Verse 18. Moreover, the king made a great throne of ivory and overlaid it with the best gold. The throne had 6 steps, and the top of the throne was round behind.
Now I'm talking about Solomon's throne in his kingdom. Read on.
And there were stays on either side on the place of the seat, and 2 lions stood beside the stays.
What we're going to find out is this image. If you look at the image online, you're going to see the house, the forest of Lebanon, the house of the forest of Lebanon. Then you got the pillar hall. Then you got the throne room. And this is where this was the throne room that had the 6 steps and had the lions on it and the whole 9. This was the throne room. Okay? Read on.
And 12 lions stood there on the one side and on the other upon the 6 steps.
So this is what the 12 lions were sitting right here posted up on this throne room. And this is like right down the way from his actual palace house. Read on.
There was not the like made in any kingdom. And all King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold. And of the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold.
All those vessels were, a lot of those vessels were stored in the house of Lebanon. A lot of them were stored here. Read on.
None were of silver. It was nothing accounted of in the days of Solomon.
Okay, so once again, this chapter is just letting us know about this royal guardhouse had all these treasure items, gold and shields, the whole 9. Let me see. Second Chronicles. It's the same thing in 2 Chronicles 9 and 16, how these shields were put in the air in the forest of Lebanon. And it said, various references were made to the golden shields of the guard and the precious golden vessels, which were kept in the house. It says this scholar believes that the house was used as a foyer for festive processions connected with royal court, and that the royal guard was stationed there. The exact purpose of the building is not certain. It is most likely that the technical innovation of its style, rather than the particular importance of the building itself, made it subject for biblical elaboration. Anyway, it's just a storage place that was like the first building you saw entering into Solomon's area, Solomon's temple area. You got the house of Lebanon, then you got the pillar hall, then you got the throne room, then you got his crib, then you got his baby mama house of Pharaoh's daughter's crib right over there in the corner. But we'll explain that too.
It just gets better as you keep going through the house.
Exactly. Yeah. It's all baller, man. It's baller across the board.
Yeah.
So this is where he's at. Now we're gonna go back to 1 Kings 7 and go back to the porch area. Give me verse 6.
1 Kings 7 and 6. And they made a porch of pillars. The length thereof was 50 cubits, and the breadth thereof 30 cubits. And the porch was before them. And the other pillars and the thick beam were before them.
So this was a big pillar porch that you had to step up into that leads you into Solomon's throne room. So it was this elaborate entryway to get into the big office. Read on.
Then he made a porch for the throne where he might judge.
So this was the porch that was set up that would lead people into go approaching Solomon about the problems they had in their lands or in their situation. Okay, read on.
Even the porch of judgment. And it was covered with cedar from one side of the floor to the other. And his house where he dwelt had another court within the porch.
So now we're talking about there was another court next to his house, which is the court that Pharaoh's daughter had. And that was all politics, man. He took care of her. The Egyptian king took care of him. Read on.
Which was of the like work Solomon made also an house for Pharaoh's daughter, whom he had taken to wife like unto this porch.
Exactly. Read on. So Solomon's woman, Pharaoh's daughter, that porch was similar to this pillar hall that was established that led into his throne room. Then you had an outer court where people would wait outside until they got a chance to see Solomon himself. Okay, read on.
All these were of costly stones, according to the measures of hewed stones, sawed with saws within and without, even from the foundation unto the coping.
You can see why this took longer, because there was more structures involved. Read on.
And so on the outside toward the great court. And the foundation was of costly stones, even great stones, stones of 10 cubits, and stones of 8 cubits. And above were costly stones, after the measure of hewed stones and cedars. And the great court round about was with 3 rows of hewed stones, and a row of cedar beams, both for the inner court of the house of the Most High, and for the porch of the house.
Okay, and that's it, because we can go more into his kingdom, but I just wanted to make sure we finish reading 1 Kings chapter 7. We didn't we could have finished verse 43 down, but it was saying the same thing that we read in Chronicles chapter 4, so I didn't feel it was needed to sit back and repeat the same thing. So, do y'all understand why I kind of bounced the way I bounced? Did it make sense? Because if we would have went into that earlier, it would have kind of threw everybody off dealing with his house before we finished off the laver and the basins and the brazen sea and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I know that was a lot of information. We got through it. Any questions? Oh no, I'm just making sure you're ready. Okay. Imagine. Let's just sit back here and say these prayers up there. Instruction day, Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Mike Allah.
Send Mike Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharala.
The people of Yasharala.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Yahweh. I'm sorry. Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa Ab.
Hahawa Ab.
Nethel Lenel. Hathawa Ra.
Hathawa Ra. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa Ab.
Hahawa Ab.
Nethel Lenel.
Awar.
Lara Ab.
Lara Ab. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see.
Number 3. Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa Ab.
Hahawa Ab.
Nethel Lenel. Ha'ayon. Kwara. La Kwara. Ha'ay.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Tha Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa Ab. Nethel Lenel. Sheman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
and to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness
To show forth thy loving kindness
in the morning,
in the morning,
and thy faithfulness,
and thy faithfulness
every night.
every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings,
Upon the instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
and upon the psaltery,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works
I will triumph in the works
of thy hand.
of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great is thy work,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth to grass,
When the wicked spring is the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
For lo, thine enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thy enemies
for lo, thine enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see
Mine eye also shall see
my desire
my desire
on my enemies,
on mine enemies,
and my ear shall hear
and my ears shall hear
my desire
my desire
of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of thy power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock,
There is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no righteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua.
Righteous flourish like the palm tree. The palm tree is flourishing. Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawai.
Ladawai.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hashamad.
Hashamad.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazaquan.
Hazaquan.
Zaquan.
Zaquan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Hadawaf Yawa.
Hadawaf Yawa.
Kator.
Kator.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Aroria.
Aroria.
Kazayawan.
Kazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shom.
Shom.
Tezawah.
Tezawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayaya.
Kayaya.
Ay.
Ay.
Barbalam.
Barbalam.
Bashem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashem,
Bashem,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
Rachanawa,
Rachanawa,
Rashwali,
Rashwali,
Wabiat,
Wabiat,
Support,
Support.
Turn. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashem,
Bashem,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
Rachanawa,
Rachanawa,
Rashwali,
Rashwali,
Wabiat,
Wabiat,
Support,
Support.
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashem,
Bashem,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
Rachanawa,
Rachanawa,
Rashwali,
Rashwali,
Wabiat,
Wabiat,
Support,
Support.
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashem,
Bashem,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
Rachanawa,
Rachanawa,
Rashwali, Wabiat,
Wabiat,
Support.
Support.
Brak they how?
Brak they how?
Brak they how shot?
Brak they how shot?
Brak they how?
Brak they how?
Brak they how shot?
Brak they how shot?
Brak they how?
Brak they how?
Brak they how shot?
Brak they how shot?
Brak they how?
Brak they how?
Brak they how shot?
Brak they how shot?
All knowledge,
All knowledge,
all wisdom,
all wisdom,
all understanding,
all understanding,
all love,
all love,
all peace,
all peace,
all mercy,
all mercy,
all long suffering,
all long-suffering,
all patience,
all patience,
all power,
all power,
is from your house.
is from your house.
All power,
All power,
is from your house.
is from your house.
All power,
All power,
is from your house.
is from your house.
Bashem,
Bashem,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
the water,
the water,
Amyat,
Amyat,
Aman.
Aman.
Israel circuit up. Sure.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahushua, Wakasha Allah, men of Israel, Amajam. Rock, Yahweh, Kudisha, Kudisha. Turn, please, sisters. Sisters, please stand.
Hashem Yahshua. Yahshua dismissed. Fall out. All right, Israel. Thank you for tuning in. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.